Do you believe in alternate universes?
You are listening to Delayed Replay.
The improvised movie review podcast. Wink.
Everything is fine here. We're all fine. Just sit tight and listen to them talk about the movies they definitely saw.
Don't delay. We have to listen right away.
This is Steven Schinder, host of Delayed Replay, that podcast on channel 1138. I'm here at Star Wars Celebration 2020 in the Anaheim Convention Center. It's super loud, so I'm not sure how great I'd be at recording the podcast from here. And I also want to save battery on my phone, or like when I take pictures or like take videos or whatever. Great cosplays. Oh, there's a Dirge cosplay. That's impressive. Heading over to get my copy of Light of the Jedi signed by Charles Soule. And there's also great panels happening around here. There's even an Ewok Adventures panel going on this weekend. Apparently Warwick Davis is moderating that. I'll probably end up recording the full look back at Celebration with some of my friends sometime after the fact when I can get together with them. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, may the Force be with you all. Hello, listeners. Welcome to another episode of Delayed Replay here at channel 1138. I'm Steven Schinder, your host, as always. Star Wars Celebration happened in Anaheim at the end of August, and it was lots of fun. And yeah, I'm sure you've heard people cover it over and over, and this will be kind of delayed. But hey, at least you're getting this when pod feeds aren't oversaturated with Celebration episodes. Am I right? Also, I just want to get together with different friends so they can recall their memories of this past Celebration. You know, it's just fun talking Star Wars and whatnot. And yeah, this episode, I'll have different people with me for this first session. I have two good friends. You've heard both of them on this podcast before. First off, Zac Arnold. What's up?
Hey, man. It's great to be back. It's been a little while since the New Mutants, so I'm glad to be back, and I'm even more glad to be talking about Celebration. It really was a celebration for me personally, just getting to go there for the very first time. Other circumstances had come up that prevented me from going to previous ones, and so this was a really, really fun time. It was great getting to see you and getting to see the other person that's joining us on tonight's episode. I mean, so many memories in such a short amount of time. It was amazing.
That it was. And my other guest for this particular session is Chris Abbott, A.K.A. Starrapter.
Hello there. Yes, so I returned back
General
to
Kenobi.
Oh man, it just flies right in there. But yeah, man, returning back to Celebration last year in Chicago was my first time, and I just absolutely had a ball. It was just this awesome experience. We were surrounded by all these fans of the same exact thing, and everybody's just bleeding passion for Star Wars. And this was actually my first time out west to California as well, so it wasn't just a first for going to a celebration out there, but I was able to go to things like Disneyland and actually be in California for the first time, which is somewhere I've wanted to go for a long time. So yeah, and seeing you guys, seeing Zach, meeting Steven, it was just a really fun time, and I can't wait to break it all down with you guys tonight.
Yeah, this was my second celebration. My first time was in Anaheim in 2015, and that was a blast. But this one also had a lot of great stuff going on. So Zach, you said this is your first time at Celebration. What were your overall just general impressions?
Ooh, that's a really good question to lead off with, man, because I've been to a few Comic Cons in the Dallas area before, and they got a pretty good sized convention center, but I really don't think I was prepared for how massive Celebration was going to be. The sheer size of it all, I don't even think it had enough space where it was. I'm sure that they did the best with what they could at Anaheim, but Like, I've seen the way things are set up at San Diego when they host their international Comic-Con. I remember seeing, like, videos and panels and reading tweets online from the experience in Chicago. Like, there were certain events that bled over into the Cleveland Cavaliers arena where they play basketball.
Yeah.
You know, there was so much going on there, and there was so much going on in Anaheim. It was really, really kind of taking me out of my comfort zone a little bit, because while I can be kind of out there in the podcasting world, I'm a little bit more reclused in person, not a huge fan of crowds. And so it was definitely a different experience, but it was really, really cool seeing it. Basically, it was like a giant Comic-Con, but all about Star Wars. And that was the thing. You go from one booth to the next booth to the next booth. Everything that is on the vendor floor is just Star Wars. There was one booth, I will tell you, like, snuggled away in one of the back corners, there was one booth that a portion of their table had some Firefly collectibles on it. And I was like, what is this? What is this? Why is this here? And it was really funny getting to talk to them about Firefly for a little bit, and then the conversation shifted right back into Star Wars. And so it was just really, really neat getting to see everybody's different takes on Star Wars, and what aspect of the series and what aspect of the franchise they really wanted to latch on to. For some people, it was the t-shirt printing. For some people, it was like handmade art. For other people, it was like paintings and caricatures. Like, everybody had a different thing from Star Wars that they really latched onto. And to see all of that kind of coming together in one place was really inspiring and really fun. It was like, I don't know any other word to describe it other than joyful. Everybody seemed to be really enjoying themselves and how they were embracing Star Wars, and everybody else was embracing them for it. It was really cool.
What I love about Celebration is you get there, at least from my experience, and I just immediately just start smiling, and my face literally starts to hurt because, like, everybody else, like, when the vendor floor opens for the first time, and on that Thursday, and everybody just kind of floods in. You look up, you see some real, like, life-size X-Wings and TIE fighters, and it's just, you look everywhere, you're sensory overload, and you look at other people, they're all there with you, they're all having the same expression of dopiness on their face, like, we're here, we waited a whole year and we're finally here. And it's just, yeah, you see the cosplay everywhere. Let me ask you, did you catch the running of the Wilroy Hoods?
I think I did, but there was so much going on that my brain was kind of on overload, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, I saw them, and there were actually 40 of them to commemorate 40 years of The Empire Strikes Back, which was a nice touch.
That makes sense. Wow. Man, cosplays was one of the things that in general just really stood out to me, because I went to this one in the Dallas area called Addison All-Con, and that's where I met Chris Seekell for the very first time. He was actually at that convention supporting a film that was releasing out there. I think it was Pink 5 or something like that. I don't know if y'all have heard of that fan film, but he was there. I ended up going there for a good portion of the Saturday. I met Steven Stanton for the first time out there. That was really cool. And one particular cosplay that stood out to me out there was this very regal, very elegant Episode 1 Queen Amidala cosplay. And, like, ever since then, that's been my standard for cosplays. Was all the thought and detail and attention that went into that one back in, like, 2015 or whatever. And then I get to Anaheim, and it's like there's the type of detail I saw in Queen Amidala every hall I walk down. You know? Like, you see one person that you could easily mistake for Han Solo when you're walking down one aisle, and then turn the corner and there is like a doppelganger of Episode 3 Obi-Wan, and then you turn the corner again and you see like countless stormtroopers from the 501st walking up and down everything. Like, no matter where you go, there was so much detail to the cosplays that I'm sitting here going, I'm out of my league, man. I'm just gonna wear my fake Chewbacca Wookiee T-shirt and just cut my losses. I'm done.
Yeah, it's truly inspiring. As someone who has a few costumes themselves that, I gotten help on from members of my family, different sewing and things like that. I have no skill when it comes to that. So I'm walking around and I truly admire these people because they work, literally, some of them work dozens, if not some of them even hundreds of hours to get these costumes, and they're working on these things up until they leave their hotel room to go onto the floor with the costume for the first time. It's insane. And then like throughout the weekend, some are like, oh, I had to adjust this on Saturday night, and like this is their passion, and it's like their time to shine and to show like what their hobby is to everybody that absolutely there will appreciate every little detail they have.
It's their show. Like this is their fashion show essentially. Like screw Victoria's Secret. If you want to see like real fashion, go to Celebration.
The Real Secrets of the Jedi, or whatever that book was called.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go down like that runway necessarily.
Yeah, let's not. So like, what
man.
would you guys say were the best cosplays that you saw?
Okay, well, I don't even know how they got this one to work because it boggles my mind. Because last year I seen somebody in like one of those episode 7 droids from Maz Kanata's palace, like the giant one, right? When they walk into the center, like somebody had made that, and I'm like, how do they make these machines? And like this time, somebody somehow made like a clone ATRT from like episode 3 of the Clone Wars show on stilts. They somehow made it so it looked like this thing wasn't even robotic. Like the person was just dry. I'm like, I don't even know how this is working right now, but it's awesome.
I remember that one. It was just outside the vendor floor, and there were so many pictures happening over there. I was like, I don't even know the physics of this. That one was really impressive. And then maybe this is just my sequel trilogy fanboy showing, but there was a small collection of friends that had somehow like perfectly nailed. I don't know how they got like 4 people to all be like stand-ins for the main characters from the sequel trilogy. But like there was somebody in a perfect episode 7 Rey costume, staff and everything, and then somebody else in like an episode 8 Poe Dameron type of outfit, and then somebody in like an episode 9 Finn outfit, and then somebody in a episode 8 Rose Tico outfit. And they had everything, like the weapons, the hair, the different layers that belong on the different costumes, vests and shirts and everything. Like the 4 of them would walk down a vendor hall, and they would have to stop like at least half a dozen times for pictures because they just looked so much like the characters from the movies that you could swear they were like stunt doubles or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like a grown-up version of like that scene in Stranger Things where the 4 kids dress up as the Ghostbusters, and that they have like that special reverence for the film, and it's like these 4 people pulled it off, so that was a lot of fun to see.
It's like there's something big that Celebration's promoting, right? Like, okay, sequel trilogy's over, but Mandalorian is in the spotlight now, so they had plenty to promote, obviously, for season 2. And it was just so cool. As soon as you walk in the main entrance of the vendor floor, there's a giant version of Baby Yoda that's got to be like almost 30 feet tall. Like anywhere you are on the vendor floor, you look, and this Baby Yoda is like the beacon. And I was able to like tell people if I wanted to meet him somewhere, oh, just meet me at the giant Baby Yoda at 3:00, and then we'll go to the Mandalorian panel or whatever. So it's just like the smallest thing in Star Wars is now projected as the largest thing at Celebration.
Yeah, people were like going up to hug it. And like you get people like every now and then saying this is the way to each other, and it's like we all know where that's from.
Okay, so on that, the group chat for everybody.
Yeah.
When I was in this group chat to go see episode 9, somehow our thing just became the word here. HERE. It was here. And even if we weren't here, somebody would go in the chat and be like, here. like we would split up, and one person would go to like ride a ride, and then somebody else would go and get something to eat, and then we'd like meet at the Falcon or whatever. And like when 3/4 of us were there, but not everybody had shown up, we were like, here. It was like that times 10 in this stupid celebration chat. I lost so much battery on my phone because everybody's trying to meet up at different places, and they were all saying, "This is the way. This is the way. This is the way." And I was like, oh my gosh.
It was like 50-50 on those.
It was like, I get it. You're actually not here, but you're saying that you're on the way by saying this is the way. Like, I get it. You don't have to say it 500 times. Oh my God. I really learned a lot about the benefits of muting a group chat for 1 hour versus 8 hours. And I learned a lot about the longevity of my external battery pack. And I learned a lot about where the best cell phone signal was on the convention floor, just like within the first 8 hours of being
That's
there.
the thing. When you have 30,000 people in this central place at one time, the cell service can be very spotty when everybody's trying to log on to the Wi-Fi at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spotty is that's a nice way of putting it. There was one spot in section 500 on the vendor floor where everybody seemed to kind of like huddle up, and I was like, what is going on? And apparently it was all T-Mobile subscribers, and apparently that was the one pocket of the vendor floor where you could get a text message off if you had T-Mobile. It was the dumbest thing.
You would think they were giving away like a free Hasbro action figure with how many people were there all the time.
Right. So clustered, it looked like a rugby scrum or something. Like everybody's just bunched into this little 5x10 area, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "I'm sending a text message. Go away." Oh my gosh, it was ridiculous.
Yes. Speaking of sections, I think on section 31 there was like a Star Trek themed booth. I thought that was hilarious.
Well, that's very appropriate, but also very not in keeping. They like people would boo them as they walked by.
Oh man.
Yeah, there are like some people who are kind of mean, but there are also people who are like really nice, and I chat with them, and it's like, yeah, Trekkies and Star Wars fans can get along. It's not always that rivalry, you know.
That wasn't what I saw. You must have gone a different time than I did. I remember, I literally saw some people like. I don't know what it was. It was like watching somebody heckle a comedian. Like somebody was just like talking smack to them as they're walking down the aisle, and then like I go back another time and somebody's like just hissing at them, just and I was like,
yeah,
well, that's counterproductive, because I would have liked to have experienced what you just described, because my gosh, that's kind of the whole thing about the Intergalactic Peace Coalition is Star Wars, Star Trek, Marvel, DC, Firefly, whatever your universe. Like, let's just find. No, Caillou does not have its own universe. Oh, Star Wars and Star Trek. I would have liked to have experienced something positive from that. But the only thing I found super clever about it was that it was in section 31, because like you really have to be into Star Trek to even get that reference in the first place. But it was clever placement. I was glad that they were able to actually get that spot on the floor. That's like super niche, but I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, I was very fortunate of them to like be able to get that specific number.
Yeah, they must have bribed somebody or made a special arrangement, or just signed up at exactly the right time. I don't know. We were hanging out a lot at the half booth that the Star Wars Underworld was able to get. Like, wasn't even a full 10x10. They just got like a little 5x10. But my gosh, anytime somebody had some kind of purchase that they just made, or if they just needed a place to like sit down for a second, everybody ended up gravitating towards that table. That was really fun, but it was also really crowded because there was like always like 6 to 10 people hanging out at that table, no matter what time of day it was. But I mean, you know, Ben and Chris and Dominic, those guys kind of are like the centerpieces of that Star Wars collection on Channel 1138. Like, if the SWU doesn't have an appearance at Star Wars Celebration, then is it really Star Wars Celebration?
Seriously, I had a whole lot of fun with those guys down there in Chicago. So it was kind of the same thing. It was like different things would get announced during Anaheim. It's like, all right, let's go back to the booth and hey, who wants to be on daily vlog or the daily podcast about this? So it was always kind of fun to just kind of do that guerrilla type of podcast right here, right now. Let's do it.
In the trenches. Dominic's portable recorder probably logged more hours in like a couple of days than it did any time previously.
Yeah, my first time meeting Chris Seekell in person, like we'd been online friends for a little while, but then we met in person like on my 22nd birthday and like 4 years ago, and it was during this like Ahsoka book signing at Barnes and Noble in LA, and like Ashley Eckstein and E.K. Johnston were there signing the books, and I was like, oh, that's totally Chris Seekell in the line. And it was funny because like this time we saw each other in person again, and it was on his birthday, so that was pretty funny.
No, that works out rather well.
Yeah, and Dominic brought Percy the Pufferpig.
Well, of course he did. Like, that's like an obligatory thing. If Percy doesn't make it to Celebration, then it's not an actual celebration.
Right. Yeah, Percy's, well, don't tell the guys, but Percy is the best host on SWU, in my opinion. But anyway.
It's not even close.
But yeah, it was cool finally meeting Dom and Ben in person. Like, those guys have it down to a science, just managing the booth, despite how chaotic it might get.
They've done it enough times. They should know how to manage it. Like those guys are veterans when it comes to Star Wars Celebration. Like this was my very first time, and I was just like a deer in the headlights, just like, what is going on? But they were like micromanaging the schedule and keeping up with all of the panels and stuff. Like, if it wasn't for those guys, we wouldn't have had the accurate coverage on StarWarsUnderworld.com that ended up getting covered, because there were just so many people going to so many different events, and you know, maybe sometimes you got to go with one person and then another time you're going with somebody else. But I mean, the amount of coverage, the range of coverage that those guys were able to get in a couple of short days was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely. There was also this, it was like the High Republic publishing panel, and they had like the authors, and they were talking about like the books and the comics. Like, by now, you may have heard me and Chris, Starrapter, talk about Light of the Jedi, and that came out like a couple of days before Celebration started, and they even like put out like the first issue of the Marvel comics at this thing. So what do you guys think of like the Yoda concept art that they revealed at the High Republic publishing panel?
Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. It's, you know, I thought maybe he would have a little bit more hair 200 years before the events of Phantom Menace, but it's interesting. It's fun seeing at least the clothing. I think that's the most appealing thing in these images. Is like he's got the temple garb, which is a lot of gold. It's got that real regal feel to it, as you know, most of the Jedi in the High Republic are at the height of their power, so they have that representation there. But he also has that really cool like mission garb, which is more of the darker colors. It's got like the Jedi emblem like on the cloak. So it's definitely cool seeing Yoda in different clothing. But as for his actual appearance, it wasn't like a huge shocker to me. I thought it'd be a little bit more different. I mean, yeah, he has less wrinkles, but that's about it. But it's just like, okay, like this is it. Like they're revealing Yoda. We were talking for a long time over the last several months about, are we going to get any familiar characters like that could show up in this, or is it going to be all original characters? So I originally thought they would introduce Yoda a little bit later on after they kind of give the spotlight to all these new characters. But in the same token, it's kind of a good move on them to put it out there that Yoda's going to be in this, because I think that could also attract more people to the series, where it's like, oh, you want to see what Yoda was doing 200 years before Phantom Menace, so you got to read these books and comics. So
yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of a catch-22, because the High Republic in my mind was supposed to be completely new and original stories. It was supposed to be something that was drastically different from anything that we had seen from the movies or previous books or anything. And so like the original idea and even some of the leaked chapters that I had read all felt very different in tone from anything else that I had experienced previously. And some of that was further confirmed during the publishing panel, but the Yoda reveal was kind of off-putting for me a little bit, because kind of like you, Chris, I really just wanted to learn more about the new characters. And for some reason, they wanted to keep rehashing the old. And I was like, okay, yeah, I've seen Yoda in like several seasons of various TV and several different movies. Like, let's see somebody else. I want to see a Wookiee Jedi that isn't an animated youngling. Like, let's do a little bit more of that. And so, yeah, I wasn't like mad to see Yoda. Obviously, it's great to see Yoda. There was a big round of applause when the image was like shown on the screen. Like, everybody was happy to see a familiar face. Yes, but I think it was a poorly timed decision to do that right in the middle of talking about all these other new characters, because that was really why I went. I didn't go for a less wrinkly Yoda. I went for new characters, and like, it seemed to kind of take the spotlight away from them by talking so much about Yoda.
Yeah, so you mentioned like new characters being introduced. So as we know, phase 1 of the High Republic, we've already been through all this with the different comics and the books, but they did reveal phase 2. And surprisingly, phase 2 is going to have a lot of emphasis on the dark side of the Force. Now, up until now, they've been teasing these group of villains called the Nile, which are kind of like these punk rocker Viking-esque characters that incorporate several different species of the Star Wars universe, and they're kind of causing havoc with the hyperspace lanes and everything else. But in this panel, we learned about their actual masters, or who are pulling the strings, are the dark side users. So it looks like we have Sith working in the background. Now, they're supposed to be dead at this point. The Jedi can't know that they're around, but as we know,
Right.
The Master of Sidious was out there, obviously, because that's how he got his powers, through the Master and Apprentice rule, the rule of 2. So that to me was super fun, because I'm like, oh yes, we're going to get the other side of what is going on in the High Republic. It's going to be more about espionage and spying around, because they can't make themselves known. They're supposed to have disappeared at this point. So what about that announcement? What did you guys think about that?
It was kind of weird that they like showed their cards about like the Sith like this early. But I guess like you have a lot of Sith fans, like, you know, everyone wants a Darth Revan movie, a Darth Plagueis movie, yada yada yada. So like they gotta keep everyone happy. I thought it was funny how they joked that Phase 2's nickname was Project Not Luminous, like the opposite of light, I guess. Like dark. And like for Phase 2, like it makes sense that it would go darker, because, you know, that's the pattern we had with the original trilogy. You know, the more lighthearted, A New Hope, and then you go darker with Empire Strikes Back, you know?
Yeah, I was also kind of surprised that they tipped the scale so drastically, because you go from the Nile to finding out that the Sith are behind everything, and you're like, oh well, that kind of defeats the purpose of everything I just read about. We were supposed to do stuff that was not about the Sith, and then surprise, it's actually the Sith orchestrating the whole damn thing. And I was like, well, I'm not surprised anymore. Thanks a lot for that. I was still intrigued to see how it's going to play out, but I was kind of surprised that they like, that would have been something that would have been really cool to reveal in a comic or in a book early in Phase 2, to be like, you know, the cloaked figure arose from the corner.
Yeah, like
and
going in blind.
Yeah, you kind of go in blind, and you like turn a page, and it's like you read the description of this cloaked figure, and then the main character that is like sassing them or being disrespectful to them just suddenly starts losing their breath, and they start blacking out. And like, as they're about to black out, they see these deep yellow eyes emerging from the shadows as they draw their last breath or something like that. Like, do it from the perspective of the character that they're force choking or something like that. Like, that is giving me chills.
Yeah.
But then it's just like you're doing like a slideshow presentation, and it's like click, click, click. Oh, Sith Lords. Okay. And it's just like, oh, That's the thing. Okay.
Which is
It was fun, but it was just so anticlimactic as well. I was like, well, crap.
it's like all of a sudden the sequel trilogy is over, so Lucasfilm just lets go of any secrecy they've had. They listen to the fans. You know, the fans don't want the secrecy, but I think they took it a little bit too far. You know,
it's still interesting to see, because you're right. There is still an element of espionage involved. There's an element of working in the shadows, because it all has to build around that line from Ki-Adi-Mundi in The Phantom Menace, where he says, "Impossible, the Sith have been extinct for a millennium." They have been keeping this secret for hundreds of years, and this second phase is going to be no different. How do they maintain that secrecy? How do they keep working in the shadows? How do they keep evading the Jedi as well as they have for these many centuries? What does that look like, and how do you maintain that status quo while also manipulating the forces at work in the galaxy? There are still plenty of stories to be told that way. I was just hoping for it to be a little bit more of a surprise than what we got, I guess.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been listening to a podcast recently called How Star Wars Is It, where they rate literally anything based on how Star Wars it is. And like, you know, they'll rate something like a movie or something like chili or the concept of school. Like, that's how out there it gets. And
Chili?
yeah, like their whole thing is like, imagine you boil down all of Star Wars into a chili, and then you're comparing everything else to that chili and rating it on the scale of 1 to 10 based on how Star Wars it is. And their things is that a huge component of Star Wars is sneaking around. And it's like, you think about it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's actually true. So it's like, all the talk of like the Sith sneaking around just kind of makes me laugh and think about that podcast.
I mean, I can't help but wonder just how Star Wars it is to be working in the shadows, or, you know, how Star Wars it is to be manipulating politics behind the scenes. Like, I think there's still plenty of components of Star Wars that can be integrated from this reveal. And I am curious to see how that plays out. But, you know, I think I was more excited about seeing something more chaotic and original with the Nile, and, you know, going away from that dark force rising type of element, and then to bring it right back into phase 2. It feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back a little bit. But I'll reserve full judgment until I actually read some of the stuff from phase 2.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just glad that the Yoda concept art didn't look like the Phantom Menace puppet. So
That's true. I guess small victories.
Yeah.
we also saw the Resistance Remembered panel. Now,
Yeah.
what are your guys' overall thoughts on Resistance?
For me, I feel like it kind of got the shaft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm being totally honest, it was really getting better. I was really starting to buy into the storylines they were telling in season 2, and you know, the redemption story that came full circle by the season 2 finale. I was like, okay, this is cool. I'm actually glad with where they're taking things. This is promising. And then, like, just somehow very quietly didn't get renewed for a 3rd season. It's like, oh, I guess it's over. Like, no, it wasn't over. It wasn't over by a long shot, but I think the first 10 episodes or so actually kind of doomed it, because people kind of stopped watching after like the first 5 or 6. They're like, this is too childish, this is too out there, this is too ridiculous, the plot doesn't take you anywhere, it doesn't do anything for the series. And then you get to like the season 1 finale, and it's like directly tying into The Force Awakens. And I'm like, oh. And by then it's just too late. And I feel like it probably could have been axed after season 1, but they like somehow fought for the 2nd season to get made and did some kind of little bit to tie up some loose ends, but it wasn't done, not by a long shot. And seeing like the little compilation video that they made, it was like a 5-minute tribute video of all the stuff that happened in the show, and there were so many cheers for the aces and so many cheers for people like Niku, and I was like, yes, they deserved better. And I feel like that was the whole vibe of the entire panel, was like, they deserved better. They deserved more.
Yes, as somebody who actually went to the season 2 panel in Chicago, that was one of the funnest panels I was at. Like, I think it was during the SWU's parting ceremonies or whatever they had called the closing ceremonies that they had. So it sucked that I had to miss it, but I really wanted to see Resistance, and I think it was worth it. Like, the whole cast was pretty much there, and they were just so enthusiastic. There is, especially like people like Christopher Sean, who plays Kaz, is just such an outgoing guy that just loves being with the fans. So to see him there again with the fans and everybody else after they can talk about the series, after they could talk about their favorite moments from the series, just like left me like, man, like you're right, Zach. Like they could have done so much more. They had at least another season left in them, and it just sucks that we're never gonna get that. So
yeah, I was so excited to see the enthusiasm on like the actors and actresses' voices and faces, even like a year or two after they'd finished recording. Like they still had a lot of love for the series, and it was especially cool having Oscar Isaac on the panel, because the appearances by Poe Dameron kind of helped me tie in the show to the sequel trilogy a lot better. Having him on the panel with the rest of the cast was really cool, because he was like that bridge between the animated series and the real life stuff, and really helped drive the point home that there was more to this story to be told. And it's showing some of the concept art for the third season. Like, there was a third season in the works. They had some of that playing on the screen behind them, and you were seeing like some of the stuff that they were hoping to do and never got the opportunity to. They didn't give away like a whole lot as far as the season 3 plot goes. I think that was just for like NDA reasons, but like to know that there was some stuff still in the works was like both encouraging and disappointing, because while it was really cool to remember how much promise the first 2 seasons had, if it had had a third or fourth season the way Rebels did, I think it would have been even better.
Yeah, so like for me, I've had mixed feelings of Resistance. Like as soon as I saw the show for what it was, I was like, oh, okay, I'll enjoy this show for the comedy more than the plot. And like it does have genuinely great comedic moments. But if you're watching it for the plot, like, well, I guess speaking for myself, it feels like a slog. And I know lots of people love Tam's storyline, but for me, it was like frustrating to watch her make the decisions that she made, especially on the rewatch. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen season 3 happen, and it probably would have been the best season, and they could have tied it into Rise of Skywalker, and that would have been really cool.
I think that's what I was like most disappointed by, was because I'm pretty sure Didn't Pablo say that the Aces were part of the strike team on Exegol?
Yes, Yeager and Kaz and Tora.
Yeah, so you've got members from the show that end up being a part of that, and seeing that dogfight in animated format and seeing another aspect of TROS from the Resistance perspective, that would have been really cool. And the Ghost was on the attack on Exegol too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So like, wouldn't it have been really cool for the Resistance finale to have an appearance from the Ghost? The crew of the Ghost is helping the Aces on their wing of the attack on Exegol. Like, that would have been the crossover everybody really wanted and should have gotten. And letting that be how they close things out is like members of other factions of the Resistance helping with the stuff in Rise of Skywalker. Like, to me, if they were already going to do crossovers with Force Awakens like they did, and then some direct aftermath from what happened in The Last Jedi, like, this show has a precedent for crossing over and being very, very close, like in close proximity to what happens in the movies. I would have had absolutely no problem with the series finale being the attack on Exegol from their perspective. Like, to me, that would have been the perfect way to close out the series.
Yeah, talk about
crossover.
Oh yeah,
talk about enhancing the movies, right? Like the Clone Wars enhanced the prequels. The Resistance was set up to enhance The Force Awakens, and for me, that's what it really nailed on is
Yeah, with
just
Posy and
building
Prime.
up the First Order in that first season, like halfway through, you're seeing how the First Order positions themselves to kind of take over places by doing so with like good intentions for the people from their point of view, but like ultimately like they fail to realize they're going to be an oppressive kind of force. So that to me was awesome, and that's what I really think I remember most about Resistance is laying the foundation for the First Order for up until then, unless you like read Bloodline or some other like material in the Star Wars canon, you just from watching the movies, it's just like, what is that Empire 2.0? Like we don't have any information about these guys. So that's why I like Resistance a lot for that.
Better context as to just how imposing the First Order can be and how they manipulate you, because I was kind of that way too. Like what's the big deal with the First Order? They just look like stormtroopers with different helmets.
Yeah.
Like what's the significance here? And to get a little bit more of that significance, probably not as much as I would have liked, but Commander Pyre was probably one of my favorite characters in the show because like he was just well designed and had a really good storyline in there, and you know, to have some of that deeper look into how the First Order operates, that was a really cool part of Resistance, and one part that I'm gonna miss.
Do we know Pyre's first name?
I do not think so.
Funeral.
Oh, I was gonna say M, like Empire, but that also works.
Oh. Commander Funeral Pyre.
That's great. I also love that Elijah Wood was at the panel too. Like that was kind of weird, but it was also cool to see. Like he seemed like he was having a good time.
Yeah, he was in way more episodes than I ever thought he would be in. Like I thought he'd be in that one episode. No, that was it. That's his cameo. But no, he kept reappearing not only through season 1 but season 2 as well. As like almost one of the main antagonists in a way.
It really took me a while to figure out that Elijah Wood was even in the show. Like I was looking at somebody else. I was looking for somebody else's voice. Like I think I was trying to confirm that Jim Rash was in the show, and then I see Elijah Wood on the cast list, and I was like, "Wait a second, what?" So yeah, seeing both of them on there, like Elijah Wood from Lord of the Rings, and then Jim Rash from Community. Like this show had a really good cast, and I mean Scott Lawrence playing Yeager as well. And then Matthew Wood with a couple of roles, D. Bradley Baker doing a couple of voices, Stephen Stanton as Griff Halloran. Like there was a really good cast and a lot of promise with this show. And I keep harping on it, but like that seemed to be the whole vibe that came from this entire panel was, yeah, we're remembering the 2 seasons that we got, but we're also low-key kind of wishing for 2 more seasons because Resistance deserved better.
Right.
Hey, they brought back the Clone Wars, so hey, maybe one day they'll bring back Resistance, and you know, with Disney Plus, it's a lot easier to bring things back, so we'll see.
Right, in like 10 years or something.
It's definitely a niche program, but you're right, with Disney Plus, I mean, hey, Disney Plus is putting out a Cassian Andor series. It's putting out a Kenobi series. It's putting out Mandalorian. Like, there's plenty of Star Wars content that's going to be Disney Plus exclusives. I don't see why another season of Resistance couldn't be a part of that, but I also think they kind of have their priorities straight by paying more attention to those series than to another season of Resistance.
Yeah, I mean, they announced the Bad Batch show at Celebration, and I get the feeling that's been what they're focusing most on next in terms of animation. So
that's probably true, and I am intrigued to see how that plays out, because I feel like the Bad Batch is setting itself up perfectly to also do like a Fulcrum origin story and see how that ends up tying into Rebels. So there's still a lot of potential with animated Disney Plus that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's fair. Who wants to talk about Squadrons, the video game that's coming up soon?
I know somebody who does.
Oh yeah, I've been chomping at the bit to talk about this one, guys. So, like, my favorite panel, to put in perspective, my favorite panel from Chicago is Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So, you know, I was like trying to get up in front, all the way into the front.
Great game.
I was trying to get all the way up to the front of the stage, trying to see what they have in store. So yeah, it was a phenomenal panel. they had all the developers from EA Motive up there, the producer, the director, a few of the voice casts, which everybody was just so hyped up because coming off of Jedi Fallen Order, that was the first game that really put it on the map as like, okay, Star Wars games are back. These are just not just multiplayer, they are story driven, although this does have a really robust multiplayer mode. They showed off this awesome CG trailer, and it was revealed in the trailer that you actually start off in your little training mission at the Battle of Scarif. And that hasn't, well, actually, that was in Battlefront 1, they had a mission, but no, this is like on a whole different level, assaulting the planet of Scarif and going at it from all these different angles and the planetary shield and everything else. So it's going to be one heck of a way to start the game. And then obviously you go into post Return of the Jedi as you're playing on both sides of the Imperials and the Rebels. And it was really cool because they made an announcement for a new Rebel craft. It's actually not new, but you are going to play as the B-Wing. So the B-Wing has been that ship that has been neglected. Oh. And it's like, wait, so up until now, we've known we could play as an X-Wing, a Y-Wing, the U-Wing, and an A-Wing. And it's like, wait, where's the B-Wing? The B-Wing never gets any love. So I was like, yes, we finally can play as the B-Wing. And of course, on the other side, that they balance it out. They're bringing in the TIE Defender, which I've never played as in any Star Wars video game. It was in Star Wars Rebels. So it was like, okay, now we got a sizable amount of ships on either side. So it looks like it's going to be a game that I'll be playing for weeks on end because it's awesome. It's got crossplay. So I could play anybody. I'm going to be playing on PC, so I could play my friends on PS4, on Xbox, whatever. So yeah, that was my initial thoughts. Was they showed us that trailer that really got me into it. With the trailer contained both multiplayer aspects, the reveals of those two ships, as well as some Scarif gameplay. I'm hyped.
You need Jeff White to say that. Jeff White's always the best at that. But I think while I really, really enjoyed what I was looking at, I also realized that that game is definitely way out of my league. I still struggle with the space missions from the 2005 Battlefront 2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Like, those dogfights, I suck at. I am terrible at those. My reflexes are not good enough. I can't get the fighters in my crosshairs well enough. When I finally make it into the hangar bays of the opposing ships, like, my blaster overheats every time, without fail. Like looking at that and then looking at how far things have come in the last decade and a half, it's state of the art. It's mind blowing. I was just blown away by how immersive everything looked and felt, and I wasn't even at the controls. I wasn't even holding any kind of controller in my hand, and I felt like, oh, this is way beyond anything I'm able to do. I felt out of power without even having the controller in my hand. That's how impressive this game is. I know for a fact that if somebody wanted to cross-play with me, I would get cross within 30 seconds.
Yeah, what about you, Steven? Are you going to try this out?
So I don't have a PS4 or Xbox, what is it, One that this is for?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably just end up watching the gameplay and the campaign on YouTube or something. It does look really cool. It's just I don't think I have I'm able to invest in the game financially and in terms of time, I guess. But I am curious to see what it adds, as well as how it might connect to the Alphabet Squadron books. That could be interesting. But yeah, the graphics look gorgeous, and I'm glad that it's out there for people who want another starfighter type of game. I loved the space battles in the original Battlefront 2 that me and my brother would do, and this is probably more advanced than that, so it's gonna be wild, I bet.
Yeah, I'm happy that they're kind of going into a more niche category, as much, as it's going to suck for some people to try to get used to the flying. I think it's a good move for Lucasfilm, because up until now they've been putting out Battlefront 1, Battlefront 2, and they're great games to welcome in the mainstream audience, because they have, some flying, but they also have boots on the ground kind of laser fights, blaster fights, and whatnot. And then we got Jedi Fallen Order, which really adds a lot for those people that like that long form, single player oriented combat game. And here we are, we're getting that flight sim. So there's a lot of hardcore people out there for this kind of thing that have been playing these sorts of games since X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Like, there's people out there, they're already getting their flight sticks out that they've been collecting dust for a couple of years. They're ready to go. They're rearing to go. So I think this is a great example of Lucasfilm like starting to branch out, and this gives me more hope. I know a lot of people have been down with EA, has been like, oh, they're really running this license into the ground. It's been 5 years and they've only given us like these 3 games. There should be double that by now. So at least it looks like the gears are turning a little bit there, and they're starting to crank out more content. Speaking of the video games, there's a huge reveal, a huge announcement that I think a lot of people didn't expect, but it's been on the common mind, and we are getting a Mandalorian open world action game. So this is going to be our first open world Mandalorian game. People have been wanting a game like this for a long time. It's basically going to be like similar to like GTA, but with Star Wars. So you're going to be able to get your ship, the Razor's Crest, and this is actually taking place before the events of the Mandalorian. So, Baby Yoda is not in the game yet, but you're going to be able to...
I mean, I imagine it's probably going to be more like Red Dead Redemption because of the Western aspect, right?
Yeah, actually, that's a more apt comparison. So, yeah, it's going to be you're like that lone gunslinger, just like you would expect for the Mandalorian, and you're going to be going around getting bounties, running into some maybe some Imperial entanglements, things like that. So, this is a game that's going to be a long time coming. I think they just announced it, so it's not going to be out until I think they said 2022. So we got a little bit of a wait, but like I said, at least we know another really good, high quality game is coming out that is going to hopefully like knock all of our socks off and kind of ride the wave of hype that is the Mandalorian.
Well, I'm kind of glad that they're like picking up on the momentum of Mando, because the first season was so well received and people were so excited for the stuff that they talked about season 2 coming up. I mean, the trailer was just mind blowing, and I know that other people are going to talk about it in greater detail than I would, but I'll just say I loved everything that I saw in the season 2 trailer, and to build on that momentum and bring it into another platform is just a really great decision in my mind. I really, really think that Mando is kind of becoming the flagship of Star Wars right now. Now that the trilogy is over, now that we're kind of in this low period, if you will, this kind of pause period where a lot of stuff's happening on Disney Plus and books and comics, there's no feature-length movie releases. The flagship of Star Wars for the foreseeable future is going to be The Mandalorian. And so to have certain action figures on the way, to have this video game on the way, to have season 2 on the way, I think it's only a matter of time before there's like a graphic novel or a book or something that comes out that's pertaining to Din Djarin or the Death Watch or something like that. Like, I really feel like this is where Star Wars is going to be at its peak for the next couple of years, and this is just the next logical step. It looks awesome.
The end credits with like the concept art already look like a video game loading screen to me, so it's like, why not? It's only natural that we'd have this Mandalorian game.
Yeah, it leads itself, because like when I was watching season 1 of The Mandalorian, it's like he's getting armor. And a lot of people were equating to this. It's like he's leveling up. Like he's getting a new piece of armor this week. Or he's doing this thing for this quest giver on this planet on Tatooine, or this planet Tatooine. Like it already is setting itself up so well for that to be translated into that way that it's like, of course, this makes so much sense. You're going to be a Mandalorian. Mm-hmm. You're going to be getting upgrades to your weapons. All the gadgets you have, you're going to be acquiring. It reminds me a lot of that old school bounty hunter game called Star Wars Bounty Hunter, where you actually play as Jango Fett and you're, fighting to gain the status to be able to be the clone template for Count Dooku and Darth Varanus. So it definitely has a lot of nods to that game, which is still one of my favorite Star Wars games, but now it's expanded to the open world. So man, oh man, you got different kind of creatures that you're fighting against. It's not just humanoids. So yeah, this is just, it looks similar to Jedi Fallen Order, but since you actually get in your ship. You have like land transport, so you get like your swoop bike that comes with your ship. Which I'm a huge fan of swoop bikes. So every time I seen him flying on that thing, and then there was actually battles that looked like Mad Max. That game where he's like on vehicle or combat doing that. Oh man, it looks just so sick.
If this is set before the show, well, I guess he doesn't technically say he hasn't had a jetpack before. Like maybe he'll have one like before and then it'll get destroyed or something. I think that'd be a way to like work around it so that we still experience the fun of him having a jetpack, because gotta have that in the game.
Oh yeah, if you don't have a Mandalorian with a jetpack in a video game, is it even a Mandalorian?
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite parts of like the old Battlefront games, was having the jetpacks on the Jet Troopers and on Jango and Boba Fett. Like that really gave you a pretty sizable advantage on the battlefield, was being able to get away from situations and being able to like hover over certain kills and then get away from them. Like, yeah, that's got to be a component in the game. It has to.
Yeah, I mean, they could work a way around it, and I'd be totally fine with it. Like, it's no big deal, really. Put it in the game.
Yeah.
Right. Just let me fly around on a jetpack. I won't even do the side quests. I'll just fly everywhere, damn it.
Clearly now we'll go sailing no more.
Oh, a little Toy Story reference. I like it.
Yeah, when Buzz is trying to fly and he falls and it's like super sad.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
That's why we need the jetpack.
Very true. Wow, man. Okay, so Chris, for people who are like trying to prepare themselves for either of these games, either the Squadrons or the upcoming, still rather far out Mando game, are there any that are similar to it that you would recommend people try out first so that they are like adequately prepared for when it's time to play Squadrons or Mando?
Yeah, great question. Because there's a lot of people that these games are definitely gonna be on the radar, and they want to kind of satiate their appetite for something similar. So, the good thing about Squadrons is a game that's derived from Battlefront 2. A section of the developers were like, "Hey, let's just mess around with the Starfighter Assault and try to beef it up a little bit," and they realized, "Oh crap, we could actually make this into an entire game." So there you go. If you want to play something similar, it's not entirely the same, but you can go ahead and if you have Battlefront 2, which is super cheap right now, I don't think you'll be paying any more than $10 for that game at this point. You can go ahead and you can go into Starfighter Assault, and they actually do have a toggle into first-person cockpit mode, because Squadrons is only first person. So you guys know there's no third person outside of the ship steering you. Everybody's on the same platform, looking through the same first-person perspective. So go ahead, jump into Starfighter Assault mode, because it's a lot of fun anyway. As far as for the Mandalorian game, Steven said it, play Red Dead Redemption 2. It's literally in my top 5 games of all time. It's just, the story is phenomenal, but it's going to have the same vibes. Other than that, I don't know, if you want to go ahead and crack open the good old Bounty Hunter game from whenever it was, 2000 something. I think PlayStation has it, actually. You can download it, but good luck trying to find out anything else, because that's like your typical third person action game. That's a shooter, like maybe like Tomb Raider could be another good example to jump into Square Enix's Crystal Dynamics remake of Tomb Raider. But that's about it for my recommendations for that. I think you could find plenty of games that'll kind of steer you in the right direction to prepare you for those. Yeah,
because I like I said earlier, that may be part of my issue, was like looking at that game, looking at the trailer for Squadrons. I was like, I'm way out of my league. But if I practice on something else, maybe it won't feel quite as overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, they did say, look, like it does look overwhelming, but the developers did say, hey, look, you can approach this game from like a very casual level and you can still enjoy it. You can play against AI, you can play with friends against AI, or you can master some crazy maneuvers where you're toggling between putting more energy into your engines and then spinning around and doing 180s and slamming into the sky's the limit with the mastery cap on this game, but it is welcoming. I want to be like Poe Dameron and slam into his 180 and just fire at the guys behind him. Looks so cool.
There's definitely going to be an opportunity for like screen capture moments with a dogfighting game like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I guess the next item on this menu is food. So did you guys get any good food either at Celebration or like at Disneyland or after parties? Like hashtag BBQ watch, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't know if this one qualifies as barbecue watch because, I mean, it definitely isn't barbecue, but I thought it was really neat. So there's this tradition every Celebration where there's usually a long ass line for like the main panel of the show. In this case, it was Mandalorian season 2. So we had to wait in this line for like a good half of the day. Like everybody wanted to see this panel. You know, it's like the episode 9 panel from Chicago. Everybody was trying to get in there. So everybody's just sitting down. Like some people brought chairs, and you got to get comfortable because we're going to be sitting there for a long time. So about 3 hours into this wait, we hear from somebody like, "Oh, is that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni?" And like, sure enough, like I look and I see him from a distance, and next thing you know, like these people that work for the convention center are going down the entire line of probably like 2,000 people to, you know, that we're all going to file into this arena, and they're handing out bowls of supposedly bone broth. So I was like, this is the most odd choice of food, but it makes sense. You know, because they've gotten people food in the past, right? Like the one year somebody said they got donuts for one of the movies, and another year it was pizza. So they go really obscure, and they get people like these small bowls of soup for everybody.
There was some very clever product placement on these bowls. There was a tiny little Campbell's logo on the underside of the bowl. Did you notice that?
Oh,
of course they're going to get corporate partners involved in there, but that was pretty fun. Just the line experience in general, because everybody is like discussing different movies and shows, and they're talking about favorite characters from Mando, favorite characters from other TV shows. It was like trivia and stuff getting thrown around. Like sometimes the lines are some of the most interesting parts of the experience because you are basically forced to converse with the people next to you or just stare at your phone even though you have no signal. So it's like forced interaction. You've got to make small talk with people, and it eventually leads to big talk because you're talking about Star Wars. And so those conversations were fun, and the soup was really clever and funny. But I think the excursion to find food was part of the fun, because just outside the convention center, probably like 2 blocks over, there was like a whole row of food trucks just waiting for people like me. And I had a lot of fun exploring the menus of these different food trucks, because one of them was basically all fried food. Anything you got from there was just fried. They had like fried Twinkies and fried hot dogs, and like not like actual corn dogs, but like you take the hot dog and the bun, and there was like a stripe of ketchup and mustard they would put on it, and then they deep fried all of that. Yeah, it was like a legit deep fried hot dog, not a corny dog, but like a deep fried hot dog. It was crazy. So there was like
that's amazing.
A ton of fried food at this place, and then there was one place that was like all mac and cheese and grilled cheese. Like it was all cheese related stuff, and they actually had one where they would put this fancy like bacon ranch mac and cheese on the bread, and it would become the cheese of the grilled cheese sandwich. And so like that was really, really good, worth every penny of the $10 I paid for it. And then there was another one that was like a legit taco truck, like LA taqueria taco truck type of place, and they had the most amazing street tacos. And it wasn't barbecue, but it was barbacoa, which is like a spiced pound, which is so good. And so I think that was part of my favorite part of the experience, was just getting to try new foods and getting to experience new things, because with my food allergies, it's actually kind of tough to like eat out as much as I did, but I found a way to make it work, and it was really good. There was one place that claimed itself to be barbecue, but it was like just grilled chicken and like steamed shredded pork with barbecue sauce on it, and I was like, yeah, this is barbecue, but it's barely barbecue. But no, you know Ben. If anybody knows Ben, Ben is a sucker for the pulled pork sandwich. And so we had to try the pulled pork sandwich. I went in with him with it. I was like, you know what? This is something that's been a part of IPC for years, talking about different pulled pork sandwiches. It makes sense that we have one at Celebration. So I went in there with him, like to this one food truck that was barbecue related, and we both had pulled pork sandwiches, and we both agreed that they were on the soggier side. Like the bread didn't hold very well. And it was literally like steamed pork with barbecue sauce on it, and it was all right, but that's probably the closest thing we got to like actual barbecue. Because of the burn bans in California, there's like certain rules on how you can prepare your barbecue meat, and doing like the slow cooking that you're supposed to do with barbecue, you can't really do that out there. So they have to find like creative alternatives for how to prepare their meat, and it's usually on a grill or it's slow cooked in a steamer, like what we had with the pulled pork. And it was all right, but it didn't really compare to like Texas or Mississippi style barbecue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so a big highlight for me food wise was one of the trucks was serving pizza, but these slices, like, you know, it had like the typical like cheese and pepperoni, but it also had like cheese stuffed crust and like barbecue sauce and ranch dressing like on top. And it was just
seems like a lot.
Chef's kiss. Like it was out of this world.
It's a lot of flavor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be a downer on pizza, but pizza is like the single toughest thing for me to eat because I am deathly allergic to pineapple. And if somebody so much as rolls a Hawaiian pizza and then use that same roller on like my cheese pizza, it's enough to like put me in the hospital.
Oh, wow.
And so I have a really hard time consuming pizza. It has to be like store-bought, or it has to be like handmade at a place like Papa Murphy's or something like that, where I'm watching them prepare it for me. Because otherwise, I don't trust people like Domino's or Pizza Hut or somebody like that to actually make my food safely.
Okay.
So like every time you describe pizza, I'm like, oh, that sounds amazing. But then I'm also sitting here going, I will never be able to have that.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. That I think that's the other thing that's so great about Celebration is the variety. Like there's variety of opinions, variety of experiences, variety of foods, variety of panels, that's for sure. There were probably like 20 or 25 different panels, not including the fan panels and the podcast panels and everything else that was going on. Like that it was so busy.
Oh yeah.
But all in such a very enthusiastic and energetic way. Like you could tell that everybody that was there wanted to be there. Nobody felt dragged there. Nobody felt like they had to be there. Nobody felt obligated. Maybe a couple of the actors looked like they were feeling kind of obligated to be there. But like everybody in attendance, they wanted to be there. And that diversity, that inclusivity, that opportunity, that I don't know, the variety of experiences was part of what made that weekend so awesome for me.
Yeah, for me, Celebration, like last time I went, I had this grand plan, this grand scheme of things, and I should know better as being kind of a veteran for going these sorts of cons over the last 5 years. Like I had the schedule planned out, like, all right, Thursday, I'm going to do shopping and everything. And that went fine. Like I got a bunch of cool stuff. And then it was like, all right, Friday, first day panels. I'm going to this panel at 1. Then at 3, I'm going to go to this panel. And then I'm going to go do this thing. And then by the end of Friday, I was like, yeah, my plan is going out the window. Because, you know, when you go to these sorts of things, things happen. You get together with friends. Oh, we're going to go out for lunch. It's like, yeah, I should probably eat something. Or I'm probably going to faint because I'm so excited all the time that I'm going from panel to panel and this and that I kind of forget to eat. So, yeah, for those of you that are listening to this, you can have a plan, but don't expect everything to go 100% of the time.
Very true. Very, very true.
All right, but of course, Celebration was not the only Star Wars thing in the area, because Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland was nearby. What were your guys' overall impressions of it?
It was a cool turnaround for me. It was a cool turnaround for me seeing it in a different time of year with more Star Wars related people than I did last time, because we actually went in December when we went to go see The Rise of Skywalker. And so turning right back around and going again, it was a different season. It was a different time of year. More people seemed to be turning out at that point, obviously, because there were people from Celebration and stuff. It was a really cool turnout, and it was fun going back. And it was even more fun for people who were going for the first time, like Chris was, because like my experience the second time around is a lot more about watching other people's first time experiences, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I went through hell and high water to get these special event tickets for us to go to this special like after hours for Celebration guest tickets, and it was tough getting those things, but I was happy that I got them for everybody in our group. So we took a, we went to dinner after. This was I think this was Friday night. Yeah, Friday night. We went out to dinner, and then we all ready to go at 6:00. We rolled up to the Disney park there and got in right away. It was really cool because we were just with nothing but Star Wars fans. They locked it off from just normal park goers there after a certain hour. And that meant that there was a lot less wait times on the two attractions there. So we didn't have to wait very long. And we were actually able to ride things like Smuggler's Run multiple times, where I was able to try out the different things as the pilot or as the engineer. I got to try every one of the three stations. So that was a blast. But yeah, my initial reaction was like, as much as I've been, consuming material about Batuu, be it in either comic books or in people's photos on Twitter, or in reading books by certain authors about everything on Batuu, I was still overwhelmed as a fan, being transported in the care and the detail they give to every prop. Every rock has like history. You're walking down the street, you see footprints of things that aren't human, droids and whatnot. It's just insane. And the fact that it was a special night, they had like fireworks going off. There was I feel like there was more characters walking around than there probably normally is any given day. So it felt grander. And yeah, when I seen the Millennium Falcon, I couldn't help, man. I had my eyes started watering up, man. I'm like, holy crap, man, this is it. This is actually the Falcon. I'm actually standing next to this life-size model of the Falcon, which is something I've only seen on a screen or in a book or in a comic, but it's actually physical. I can touch it. It's tangible. It's right there. Yeah, this is one of the crazy, it's kind of stupid. This is one of the coolest moments of my life, was walking through this park and not just be alone with it, but to be with in good company while I was doing it. And we were all just having a great time, kicking back. Oga's Cantina had a couple alcoholic beverages to unwind with the music by DJ Rex. I was like, man, this is one hell of a way to start Celebration here.
It was really fun because my first time back in December, I was kind of leading the group because they all wanted to see my expression. I was going in first, and then I kind of slowed down, and I was like, my jaw dropped a little bit as I'm taking it all in. And then for people like you, Chris, who were experiencing for the first time, I got to take the back of the line this time, and I'm watching everybody else's pace get really, really excited as they come right up to the archways. They're getting ready to enter into Galaxy's Edge. And then you take no more than 5 or 10 steps, and you just gradually start slowing down because you're just trying to take it all in. You're going your breath just gets taken away from the intricacies and the detail, like you were talking about, how everything's got a history, everything has something that is just inherently Star Wars about it. And you look around, and it's you're not even in California anymore. You are there. You are on Batuu. You are completely transformed. You are completely transported into something that's completely different. And I think one of the things that I found both entertaining and annoying the first and second times now is when you're making purchases in Galaxy's Edge, it's never in dollars. It's in credits. And so, like, if your purchase is $25.17, they'll tell you it's 25.17 credits, please. And I was like, okay, do I need to give you $26 or not? Like, that part was like, it was both amusing and confusing because I was like, I just want to buy something. Can I give you my credit shit and we're done? Like, I tried to use their vernacular and it didn't work. But oh my gosh, the one of the hardest parts for me when I go to a place like that is I travel light. And I made that mistake in December, and I tried not to make that mistake this time. I actually brought a check bag so that I would have like a carry-on and a check bag. And my entire carry-on was meant to be like 1 day's worth of clothes so that if I needed something in an emergency, I was okay. And then everything else was just going to be like purchases. Like, I tried to make as much room as I could for stuff from the con and stuff from Galaxy's Edge. And it still was like really, really tough getting everything home. So like oh man, so many great memories.
Tried both the blue and the green milk, the Thyrocyrin milk and whatever. Yeah, I do prefer the taste of the blue milk. It was definitely a lot fruitier than I expected. Like it was really refreshing, especially, you know, the sun was down at that point. So it was like a real nice, cool drink to have as we're going from location to location. But yeah, I really enjoyed it actually, more than I expected to. It was an interesting consistency as well.
Yes, the consistency was one thing that stood out to me, but I actually had to. You mentioned the fruity taste. I had to go and check the ingredients list online. One of the fruits they put in that stupid drink is pineapple juice. So all I get to have was the green milk, and I was like, it's not the same.
But
so I'll have to make some homemade blue milk eventually, where I get to have what I want from it.
Yeah, and I did really enjoy. We went to I forget the restaurant's name. I think it's Docking Bay 7 or something like that. But they had the Ronto wraps. They had like the pod racer engine with the one droid that was like making them. That was so cool. Like again, just the detail of everything about that place. Even where you go to eat, it's just like Star Wars personified, like in there in person. Like just it's insane.
Yeah, this was my second time going, and like the first time I went, I got like a few different pieces of merch. Like some of them I was gonna give to friends, and like that first time, it was like back in January. I was like debating whether or not to buy something from Doc Ondar's shop, like maybe a holocron or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't need it. And then later that night, I was like, yeah, I should have gotten a holocron. But this time I was finally able to get a Sith holocron, so I'm pretty happy with that. It's red, it's glowing. I love it.
That's amazing. You always end up having some kind of new memory when you end up going. One of my biggest memories from my first trip was the market area where a lot of the different souvenirs and stuff can be purchased, and I bought my first deck of Sabacc the first time that I went. I think the second time around, the biggest memory was going to Oga's. We did that the first time, but it was only like 6 people. This time we had to wait a bit longer because our reservation was for like, what, 10 or 12, Chris? Something like that.
Yeah, trying to get people. It was a big party.
Yeah, the wait was a bit longer trying to get 12 people into Oga's, and they didn't even have a place to seat 12 people, so we ended up at a standing table, which was still cool. Like, the experience wasn't any different, but like getting to experience it with that many people, you're looking around the cantina and you're looking at everybody else's expression just as much, because for people that haven't been, like, they're taking it in almost as much as you are. But it's like, yeah, I've seen Rex before. Yeah, I've seen what's behind the bar before. I've seen that booth before. Like, just kind of refreshing your memory. And then once you've like taken it all back in a second time, you're looking at the people who are taking it in for the first time. And I think I had to apologize to a couple of people a couple of times because it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not staring. I'm just savoring this moment with you, because it is one of those things that lasts with you for a really, really long time. Like, being in a Star Wars world, being in an area of the park that is that immersive, and having been amongst Star Wars pretty much most of my life, like since like age 6 or something, I think. You know, when you finally get to experience something like that for the first time, there's really nothing like it. And it's one of those things that lasts with you for a really, really long time.
Yeah, Star Wars just transcends a lot of limits. It's basically the Force, really. It's within all of us, all living things. It makes us happy, you know? That's what Star Wars is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best parts of Star Wars, anyways.
Right. Unless you guys have like anything else to say, I guess we could go ahead and wrap up.
Oh man, do we have to?
Yeah, it's just a fun trip down memory lane, man.
Very, very true. Oh man, thanks for having me on first and foremost, Steven. Like getting to think back on these things was really, really fun, and just having those memories and going back through my photo album. I probably took like 500 photos from that weekend. Like at least.
Right. I remember you posted about how like you've run out of space on your phone. It's like,
well, okay. I brought a second micro SD card just to be safe. Android for the win.
Yep.
But yeah, I took so many photos that like when I was trying to do like videos of certain experiences and stuff, like I was running out of memory room for recording videos because I was taking so many pictures. So yeah, getting to make those kinds of memories with you, with Chris, with the guys from the SWU. I mean, we got to meet some international friends too, like Dan Grievous was there. We met a couple of IPC listeners in person, got some pictures with them. That was really cool. Like the whole experience was unlike anything I've ever had. And getting to experience it with you guys just made it that much more fun. And so, yeah, getting to go down memory lane was something that was really fun. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. And where can people find you on the internet, Zach?
Best place is probably just IPC Podcast on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Haven't been on Instagram as much as we probably should have lately, but we're still there.
Just dump all the pics there.
There you go.
Right. That's what I should do. Just like several posts of like 10 photos each and just a massive celebration dump there.
Oh gosh, a celebration dump. That doesn't sound right.
Yep. So yeah, go find us there, and then I'm also on Twitter as well at Zach the Voice, ZACH the Voice, all one word.
Nice. And Chris, thank you for being on this episode as well. Where can people find you?
Oh yeah, thanks for having me again, Steven. This was just a whirlwind of a trip. Like 4 days. You think, oh, that's such a long time for a convention, right? And before you know it, it's Sunday. And it's like the whole floor is closing down in like 30 minutes. And you're like, what? I have to say my goodbyes? This is crazy. I thought I just got here Thursday afternoon. Like it always goes by so quick, and it's so sad. We have to wait a little bit longer the next time. We don't have a celebration until 2022. But the good thing is, it's in my neck of the woods this time. It's actually going to be in New York City, where New York Comic Con is. It's actually going to be in a Javits Center. They have plenty of space for a con like Celebration, and it's in the middle of Manhattan. So, man, I'm already planning like different fun events we could go to afterwards. There's lots of sightseeing in the city. So I'm really looking forward to that, and hopefully you guys can all meet me there in 2022. But yes, you can follow me primarily on my YouTube channel, which is where I'm most active. I put up videos. I'll have lots of Celebration coverage coming up, different vlogs I've been doing throughout the trip, as well as just your normal reviews on the comics for Star Wars, as well as any other things like the books and video games. And I'll be doing lots of Let's Plays and whatnot of Squadrons, which is coming out in just a few short weeks. So yeah, you can also find me on Twitter as well at Starrapter.
Yeah, it was great having both of you guys on for this session, talking Star Wars Celebration. All right, now listeners, so even though this particular session is over, now is time for the next session. So without further delay, on to the next session. All right, now for this particular segment / session, whatever you want to call it. You've heard him on the show before. He has a couple podcasts, Hype Function and Maniacal Melodies, over on channel 1138. It's Jeffery White.
Hey, Steven. Hello, Delayed Replay audience. I am incredibly hyped and excited to be here, back once again to talk about what we're going to talk about. And again, yeah, this is just a whole doozy, man. Celebration. This was my first Star Wars celebration, Steven. So I can't wait to talk about it, man.
Yeah, because like my first time was 5 years ago, and it was like really
Lucky.
Something.
So jealous. That was like the year, 2015, the year for Star Wars, dude.
Oh yeah, but it was still like really hype this time around.
Again, the general feeling I had from this year's celebration, it's a new era of Star Wars, a lot of new things coming out, and stuff like the High Republic, and stuff like Lego Star Wars Holiday Special, the upcoming Lego Star Wars game, and just everything going on. With Star Wars Squadrons coming, and then that new video game announcement that we've been talking about. It's honestly a lot of cool things, a lot of cool announcements, and out of all the celebrations for me to go to, Stephen, I am incredibly happy that this was the one that I chose to go to.
Yeah. What was it like when you first stepped into like the Anaheim Convention Center?
I've never been in that convention center before in my life. The only time I've been to Anaheim are the few times that I've been to Disneyland. So this was a very almost surreal experience. It was a huge convention center. Like I've been in a couple of convention centers, but they were relatively smaller. But this one's just like a big whopper. Like, whoa. I was very impressed. I met so many people from the fandom that I never would have met otherwise. And I expanded, my connections, podcast buddies. And it was good to see, I love this, Stephen. It was good to see the Star Wars Underworld folks again, the other Channel 1138 folks, because they're all wonderful people. And I've met most of them before, but I finally met Kieran Duggan from the Star Wars Underworld, their British correspondent, senior British correspondent. You can get back at me later, Dominic. But it was surreal seeing him in person and just seeing, that Star Wars Underworld booth, that famed booth, dude. And yeah, that was honestly incredible. I didn't really cosplay, unfortunately. I've never been a cosplayer, although I have a friend who is really hardcore into cosplay and art. So cool. But unfortunately, that's not really something I do. But that's okay. It was cool to see other people dressed as stormtroopers and Jedi and all these cool Star Wars characters. It really gave a sense of camaraderie. And I don't know, Stephen, if you listened to a Hype Function episode I did last year, after it was a Celebration Chicago recap from 2019. And I was talking with Ben Hart, the Star Wars guy, just about like, for me, I didn't go to that celebration, but I watched everything from home. I watched the Star Wars show and whatnot. And like the feeling I had was, wow, yeah, Star Wars is back. There is positivity in the fandom again. There are really good things going on. And as I predicted it would, this celebration provided that experience as well. And it was all around a jolly, positive time. And it wasn't perfect, nothing ever is, but it's the positive things that I really take away from this extraordinary event.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like even when you can't go to Celebration, it's still fun to watch the panels like from home on like YouTube and whatnot. And it's like, it feels like you're still connected to the fandom, seeing the same announcements that everyone else is experiencing.
Yeah.
It's just great,
You want to know something funny, dude? I spent $500 on merchandise at Celebration.
Oh, wow. What'd you get?
Oh, man. Dude. They were selling a bunch of Baby Yoda merchandise at, I forgot which booth it was, but oh my goodness, dude. They had these Baby Yoda plushies, Baby Yoda shirts, a lot of cool things. I even got that big old, oh man, I think I saw someone else have it too. The giant Funko Pop of Baby Yoda. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, the Funko Pop had a booth there and it was so incredible. It's just like, oh my God, Baby Yoda. So cute, so adorable. And I got a lot of action figures. I used to collect action figures all the time, the Comic-Cons that I used to go to. Not the big San Diego Comic-Con, but like the smaller one, the Motor City Comic-Con. But I would often get action figures, and that's what I did at Celebration as well. Bunch of action figures, and especially an autograph I really enjoy was an autograph Pedro Pascal gave. He was handing out autographs at the event, and it was really incredible. Just even just saying hi to him, like, whoa. Yeah. And there were a bunch of celebrities, cool people that, we could talk to. And it was honestly an incredible experience. But the merchandise, I love anything and everything Star Wars, Stephen. And so it was nice to get, a lot of these action figures and merch and just, show more of my love for Star Wars. That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah, like Pedro seemed like a very nice and genuine guy. So It was cool that you were able to like get an autograph from him.
It was, I didn't say much. He was a very busy dude, a lot of people to go through, not a lot of time, so many people behind me in line. So like I had to go quick, unfortunately, and it was an expensive autograph too, but it was well worth the money, well worth the cost of admission. And I think the best part was I actually managed to hug some people. They were just normal people on the show floor. They were like dressed as Star Wars stuff, but like they were just hugging people, like not creepily, but like just jolly vibes and like, hey, you're a cool person. Yeah, it's awesome. We talk a bit and then we hug. And I love hugs. They're really cool. They're very unifying. They are an act of love and respect. And so that was a really cool experience. And I also want to tell you this. For one segment, I wasn't a part of it, but I was in the audience at the Star Wars show stage, and that Andy and Anthony did, and so I was able to like look up and see them on the balcony and doing their thing towards the cameras, and it was surreal, dude. I mean, I don't know if you watched what they did last year, the Celebration Chicago, but they had a cool stage that was idolized after the Razor Crest from Mandalorian, so that was really incredible. And I wish I could have met them. Anthony Carboni used to work, he's still affiliated with the video game industry and is friends with many of the people there, including Kind of Funny and whatnot. So I would have loved to talk to him about video games. But one more celebrity that I met at Celebration was someone I really wanted to meet. And he's a musician and a sound designer. It's David W. Collins. Like most celebrities, he's hard to contact. You have to go through the agent, and the hoops and all that. It's hard to get him on the podcast. But at Celebration, he was there on the show floor, with the fans, and he's not the most popular guy, which has its pros, but he gave me some good advice on music business and careers in music, and it was honestly incredible. I learned so much from him, and because I think I told you before, Stephen, either on my podcast or on Delayed Replay, that I actually met David W. Collins at the Chinese Theater last December, but I never actually met him. We just passed by each other in the aisle. I feel so bad, dude, but I did meet him at Celebration, so that was a very incredible experience.
Yeah, the prophecy was fulfilled, or whatever the line is.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Just that generic prophecy line, Yeah, like the hugging thing is very unifying. Like when I used to go to college, like during like midterms or finals week, there would be like a few people offering free hugs for like anyone who needs them because they're stressed. And it's very like welcoming, like doing that. And yeah, like it's really cool. And like you also remind me of the first time I went to Galaxy's Edge, and like I really wanted to hug Chewbacca, and like I got it, and it was just so great, hugging that lovable character.
Chewbacca, dude, the best kind of Wookiee to hug. I think every scene in the movies where Chewbacca's hugging someone is the best.
Oh yeah, like especially in Empire when like Luke is about to go off in his snowspeeder, but then Chewie hugs him. And it's a really nice way of showing how far their relationship has come over the years. Because, like, you think in New Hope and where Chewie growls at Luke for trying to put handcuffs on him. But by the time Empire rolls around, it's like, hey, they're buddies. And it's just so heartwarming.
Yeah, really incredible, man.
Were there any cosplays that, like, impressed you the most at Celebration?
I saw one of Cara Dune from Mandalorian. Like, there was a specific, I think it was someone who participated in the Force Cello event, which also happened at Celebration, who was one of the karaoke singers. Like, she was dressed as Cara Dune. That was really cool. It made me realize, oh yeah, Mandalorian's not even a year old. Holy cow. And it got me hyped for season 2. Let's go. And I think another one, I saw a C-3PO on the show floor. The voice almost sounded like Tom Kane's rendition of 3PO, not really Anthony Daniels, but sort of similar accent. But nevertheless, 3PO, not a very versatile suit, obviously, but it was very immersive, really cool. I think he had R2 next to him at like a remote control, like one of those remote controlled R2D2s, like what you see at Galaxy's Edge. Really cool stuff, man.
Nice. Was it the like classic gold 3PO, or did he have like the
I think it was more like when he was on Tatooine for a while, like with the scratches and stuff. Like it was older. It was more like the original trilogy 3PO.
Yeah, that's really cool how people are able to put those together.
Really incredible. I think they had a cosplay contest, but I'm not a cosplayer, so I didn't really participate.
Oh yeah, there was lots of good stuff. Like a few years ago, there was a really cool Grumgar cosplay, and like this time around, like someone cosplayed as like a human-sized Babu Frick, and it was absolutely nuts.
Did he say "Hey, hey"?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. Like everyone was loving it.
Babu Frick, man, so underrated. Needs more love. Needs more love in the Star Wars fandom.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things that came out of this celebration was the announcement of the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. What'd you think of that?
I never thought they'd bring back Holiday Special. Like, never thought. I honestly didn't. George Lucas wants to destroy every copy of that with his own darn might. So, and it'd be very bold to bring back something like that. But Steven, I think Lego is the perfect form for this. I think it's the perfect way to do this. I think the tone fits Christmas better, because if you've seen any of the Lego shorts that are on Disney Plus, like they are, like it's not for the hardcore fans. It's for kids. At least a lot of the content is. And so I think this is a perfect way to do a holiday special and not have it, not have it feel like it's for the hardcore audience. And the thing is, this isn't the only thing Star Wars going on this fall. We have Mandalorian as well and Star Wars Squadrons. So it's not like back in 1978 when this was the only thing, right? So I think Lego is a perfect fit for this concept. I think it looks pretty cool. You bet your socks off I'm going to watch it. I will absolutely watch it. I can't wait for it. I'm just as excited for that as I am for Mandalorian and Squadrons. So I was very impressed by the announcement.
Yeah, I mean, with Lego, they're able to lean in on the silliness. So there's like less baggage, and people can just watch it and enjoy it, like no matter what happens in it. And like the animation looks pretty good. The voice acting is funny. Like I'm legitimately excited for the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special, which comes out on the 42nd anniversary of the original, I believe. It's like November 17th. Yeah.
Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah. And speaking of Lego, we also... Yeah, you knew this was where we were going. We got the trailer for Lego Star Wars.
Yeah, and this is what I appreciate, man. I believe, I think the release date for this is like October 20th or something.
Yeah. Wow. Just a few
here's
weeks
the thing,
after
dude.
Squadron.
2 Star Wars games in 1 month. Because we got Squadrons of October. So holy cow, dude. We're living in the dream world here. Like this almost doesn't seem real with the amount of good things we're getting in October and November. And we're having Mandalorian also happening around the same time. So we've heard about this game since Celebration Chicago when Matt Wood leaked it accidentally, and then E3 when we had the trailer. But it's so cool that we're getting a Lego game that finally has content for The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. And, the announcement that they're going to have skins for other stuff like Mandalorian Solo and Rogue One is also really exciting to me. And I'm num. Give me more. Give me Lego. Give me Star Wars. Give me all the Star Wars. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, so I've only played the Lego games about the prequel and original trilogies, and then the complete saga one that had both. Have you played either of those or any of the other ones as
all
well?
of them. Yeah, I've played all 3 of those. I've played the Clone Wars. I've played the Force Awakens. Yes. Force Awakens.
Nice.
Force Awakens has the best visuals. And the first Lego Star Wars game to have a voiceover, which I love. I personally love. Because, Legos, they make the movie lines actually sound funny. It's very amusing. I love it. And I'm happy
Yeah.
with the Skywalker Saga compilation. They're still doing voices from them. Very optimistic, very hopeful.
Yeah, and the music for this trailer was the same music they used for the final Rise of Skywalker trailer, which
Get me goosebumps, dude.
yes, like that theme is just very moving. The way it was like reimagined.
See, here's
for
the
that
thing.
trailer.
Here's the thing, dude. John Williams did not compose it. I forgot who did, but like Disney, they hire a different composer to score the trailers so that they don't have to pay as much money to John Williams, so they don't have to pay him more in royalties. And it's just a cost-cutting measure. But even with that, and also John Williams is old, he's very busy and whatnot. But still, like I was very impressed by what he did with that final trailer music. And I love it that the Lego trailers are using other trailer music. Gets me hyped, dude.
There's some trailer songs that I wish were in the actual movie. I don't think this one was in the
No,
Rise of Skywalker.
it was not.
Right, and like for that
yeah.
solo trailer where it's like like I really love that theme, but that's not in Solo the
Nope.
movie itself.
No, it's often like it's like based off of or inspired by the movie. But yeah, that's usually how trailer music works.
Right, but yeah, the Skywalker Saga trailer had like a nice balance between the different trilogy eras, which is really cool to see.
Absolutely. You know, whether you're a sequel fan, a prequel fan, or an original fan, or you like all of them, or some of them, or none of them. Well, maybe not none of them. But if you like anything of that stuff, like this is the best thing to unify the fandom because it has some of everything, and I love that.
Right, and it might even have stuff from like other materials as like bonuses, like maybe Rogue One, Solo,
Yeah,
even
as I
Bad
mentioned.
Batch. I think they hinted. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bad Batch. That they announced that at Celebration. That got a standing ovation, dude. A lot of people love Bad Batch, man.
Right. So like my thing with the Bad Batch is that they don't have as much depth in their arc they're introduced in the Clone Wars, but I think the show will be an opportunity to give them more depth.
Because here's the thing that hypes me up, and I think I was there in the audience of that panel. I barely managed to make it in, and it was electric in that arena. It was awesome. But the gist I got is that this is a successor to the Clone Wars. It's nice to see sort of a sequel series that's done naturally after learning more about the Bad Batch in the Clone Wars, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, a year later, we're doing a series about him. Like, yo, who knows? It might connect more between Clone Wars and Rebels, and that's what I really want, dude. Because I love both of those shows, and it hypes me up. Great announcement.
Right. I mean, there's some clones that we probably don't know the final fates of. Like Commander Cody comes to mind, so I wonder if we'll ever see him in something again. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting seeing like how
That's a great idea.
how the clones react to this transition, because like Republic to Empire, that's a huge shift,
Mm-hmm. And I think in canon, a lot of stormtroopers, they're new. They're not clones repurposed into stormtroopers. They're literally like brand new recruits.
Right. They're like conscripts.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's very... Yeah, we saw a taste of it of the clones' reactions in Rebels. We saw what happened with Rex and company, but still, nevertheless, very cool. And dude, another panel that I want to shout out is, I'm a musician. I'm a music guy, Steven. The music of the Mandalorian panel, dude.
Yes.
They got Ludwig Göransson on talking with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. They had Amy Ratcliffe, David W. Collins. Like, this panel was very it was cool. We saw a video showing like the various instruments. He uses a bass recorder to play the opening notes to the theme, and it was honestly so incredible. He brought that instrument out on stage and played it a little bit, and he played the notes like everyone knows. Oh yeah, that's the Mandalorian theme. And then we saw some of the synthesizers and pianos, keyboards that he uses to play the theme, and it's honestly very impressive. The joy of the theme is not necessarily in the composition. I mean, there's some good, cool things, but like it's in C minor, then modulates to C major. So it's not the most unique thing in the world in regard to Keith's signature, but it's the instrumental composition of it. No, that pun was intended. It was the instrumental makeup, the unique instruments, and we use string instruments, wind instruments, percussion. Oh man, percussion. we think in the video montage that they played at the panel, we saw him playing the drums for that percussive rhythm that you hear bump 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 bump. We saw that, and it was so cool. And he did most of that from his house. They used an orchestra to record, a lot of the strings, but it was nice that so much of the experimental instruments and whatnot was recorded by Göransson himself. And, we all know him from Black Panther and other projects, but so friggin' happy that he is doing Star Wars and he's coming back for The Mandalorian Season 2, which is incredibly exciting. And, for Star Wars musically, it's the type of music is brand new for the whole saga. Star Wars has never had music like this before. And it's done in such a smart, expertly crafted way. I think even like Jon Favreau had I could tell on stage that Jon Favreau has such a passion for working with everyone really, but especially the music. I could tell he really enjoyed the process. So nevertheless, yeah, that panel was my jam, Steven. It was a lot of fun. We're talking about the music of The Mandalorian. Man, I got to host a podcast just talking about that. That'd be so cool.
Yeah. And like, you're right. Like, we haven't done much expanding beyond like the saga movie music.
And beyond John Williams' type of music, classical orchestral music.
Right. Like Kevin Kiner did some experimental stuff in the Clone Wars. But then like for Rebels, it was very much like, I'd argue to OT.
I'd argue the music during the Coruscant chase scene in Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, is pushing the boundaries of John Williams' music because he uses gasp an electric guitar, dude. I love it. I love it personally, but
yeah, it's got the like
what
or however it goes, yeah.
And then just the percussion going wild, and yeah, haven't seen that much percussive energy since then, with the exception of the Canto Bite music. Oh my god, that's another fun one from Last Jedi. The kazoo in Canto Bite, dude. Wow.
Yeah, like with the Mandalorian music, the main theme, the one that goes like that whole thing reminds me.
Hey, you sung that in the right key.
Like that thing reminds me of the Rocky theme, but everything else feels
that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ludwig even worked on Creed, so maybe that like snuck in there for that reason. But like pretty much everything sounds pretty new for Star Wars in general in terms of the music on that show.
Yeah, and who's also from Creed? Carl Weathers. He was at the Mandalorian panel. His lustrous voice, he announced that he was becoming he directs an episode of Mandalorian Season 2. I can't wait to see the behind the scenes docuseries about that. Oh my goodness. Carl Weathers is a gem. So happy that he's in this show, and love him. Favorite person on the show. Pedro, you're really nice, dude, and I met you and I love you, but Carl Weathers, man, wow.
Yeah, why can't the weather always be Carl Weathers? That was a bad joke.
Honestly, dude, at that panel, it felt like, and I mean this in the sincerest form of flattery, that it was raining Carl Weathers.
Yes, this truly is the reign of Carl Weathers. Long live Apollo Creed. And yeah, Ludwig was like wearing that 70s looking outfit that he wore on Disney Gallery The Mandalorian, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a nice observation. I didn't catch that. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have that outfit, but alas. So another thing that happened was there's a Revenge of the Sith 15th anniversary panel.
Yeah, it wasn't as much fanfare as, you'd get fanfare if it was a 10th anniversary or the 20th anniversary. 15th, it's like, do you celebrate the 5-year anniversary? Yeah.
It's like that weird in-between thing.
And I think this one was more of a fan-centric panel. It was hosted by like some podcast or whatever, but still, nevertheless, really cool to reminisce on Revenge of the Sith again. And, it for a time before the new films came out, this was my favorite Star Wars movie. I really enjoyed, and I still enjoy Revenge of the Sith. And so it was groundbreaking. It combines best storytelling with the best visuals. In my head, that's like, boom, perfect, boom, boom, firepower. But it was really cool. I love this movie. I love all the Star Wars movies, let's be real. But nevertheless, I don't have too much to say about this panel, but just, can't wait for the 20th in 5 years. Let's go.
Right. Like, it was surprising that they got Natalie Portman, of all people, to come to this thing. Like, everyone was, like, shocked.
I know. She's so busy with all the Thor stuff going on, you know?
Yeah.
That was a good surprise. It was like when Harrison Ford was at Celebration a couple years back.
Yeah, but
or like when John Williams was at that 40-year anniversary panel, like with the Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra. John Williams, such a treat. He did not come to this celebration, unfortunately, but still, it was very cool.
Yeah, like John Williams is just a legend, man. Like, lots of great music through various franchises and even standalone stuff. Like, that guy has a great portfolio.
The fact that he came back to do the sequel trilogy is inspiring. Because he's retired essentially now. He's not doing that much. He's old. And he still took the time and energy to do episodes 7, 8, and 9. And I really respect that.
Yeah, this is kind of a tangent, but are there like any composers you know of who you'd love to see do Star Wars stuff in the future?
Well, I'd say Michael Giacchino, but we already have that.
Just have him back again.
Honestly, dude, Hans Zimmer. That would be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I could see him doing something really fascinating, really cool in the realm. You remember his Interstellar score? So good.
Yeah.
So good. Give me
Chef's
chills. Oh, yeah. Chef's because, yeah, oh, yeah.
And Jon Favreau was a chef, so it's like his kiss, I guess.
I keep thinking I'm the king of puns. Like, no, it's you, Steven. You're the pun king. You're the pun king of Channel 1138.
Thanks. But like, nobody says hype like the best as like you do. Like, I tried saying it yesterday, and as I was saying it, like, it fizzled, and I was like, oh man, Jeffrey's better at this.
Oh my god, dude. Actually, I was recording the ending of one of my podcast episodes this morning, and my mom was nearby. She was working, and she was just like, wait, you didn't sound hyped when you said the word hype. I said what I said at the end of podcast, which I say, stay hyped, everybody. And she's like, you didn't sound hyped. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm not yelling into the microphone. I'm not introing the hype factor segment. Dude, that energy began in marching band. I started it because when you're in marching band and you have to go back to the beginning of the set or go back to the beginning of the run through that we're doing, you know, some of the people, you know, the directors try to instill enthusiasm because, you know, nobody has energy. Everyone's tired. We're all exhausted. And so these people are like, whoa, we're going back. And I'm like, hype. I don't know. It fused a spark that I'm getting this phrase wrong. Something sparked that brought the light, fire. Crap. What's that Poe line from Last Jedi?
Ignite the spark that'll light the fire.
That'll light the fire that'll burn the First Order. Yeah.
Something
So,
like that.
So it did that for me and my passion and energy with hype. So that's how I have the energy to yell hype in this microphone on my podcasts. Super cool stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to try, dude. I applaud you for even putting in the effort to say the word hype because it's not easy. But it is a valuable thing. Enthusiasm is infectious. Hype is infectious. And, you know, not just for me, but for other people as well. Sometimes I need it too. You know, I'm not always hype all the time. And so it's very valuable, really helping me out. Hype. Yeah, that's just what it is.
Right. But I do recall that you were super hyped about the Squadrons panel.
Yeah, I didn't think we get another EA Star Wars game. I thought, oh, they haven't released much. It'll fizzle out. Like, no, we're getting for friggin' Squadrons. Looks incredible. Coming out in less than a month. So hyped. They had Mitch Dyer, who was one of the writers of that story at Motive. They had him at the panel. I think they had Ian Fraser, the creative director, and like someone else from Lucasfilm Games and EA. And it was very cool vibes. It was awesome to just, you know, we saw a new trailer, as you remember, and it was really cool. And
I could join the New Republic recruitment. So
yeah,
that was cool.
That was really cool. And, you know, we saw more of the single player campaign, which is what I wanted. And looks really cool. Very hyped for this game. Let's go, dude. I want to play it now.
Yeah,
dude. Seriously, I have it pre-ordered on both my PS4 and Xbox One. Let's do it. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, and they even gave like a sneak peek of a short that was released online for everyone today, which is called Hunted.
Dude, they didn't say much about it at the panel, But today I saw an article that says that John Knoll from ILM worked on it. And, he worked on the Star Wars prequels, Rogue One, The Mandalorian, and now this short. And it's cool to see John Knoll back in Star Wars, but also cool just to see we actually cared about the Empire. Motive Studios also made the campaign to Battlefront 2, which in the marketing, you could tell, okay, it's trying to get you to be like the Empire. Maybe it'll do something good. And then it kind of fizzles out. It's like, oh, it's a Rebel storyline.
Yeah, it's like a bait and switch.
Again, I love that personally, but not everyone does. And so this CG short that we saw today was really cool because I actually care about that pilot, that TIE fighter pilot for the Empire. Like, we actually care. He has goals and ambitions, and he has ideologies as well. And it's so fascinating to see the human side of the Empire, which we don't see very much in this saga. So like this was bold, this was awesome, and honestly, dude, very cool. Very, very cool trailer.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to forget that the stormtroopers are human.
Stephen, we mentioned earlier in this segment that, the stormtroopers are conscripts, or you mentioned that. So it's easy to think of them as robots, right? And now that I remember, actually the sequel trilogy also shows the more human side of things. You have Finn, Force Awakens, and then Janna and everyone in Rise of Skywalker. Just seeing, oh yeah, these are real people. They're not all bad. And that's, with the CG short, it makes me very excited for Star Wars Squadrons to see what are they going to do with that human side of things. It's a casual, fun, pew pew and a starfighter game. But I love it that the CG short shows that there's something deeper going on, and I like that. That's what a good story is entailed on. And so because of that, that is honestly my hype factor, right? And as I think about it, right, what I'm most excited about for the future is this, and the panel and then the trailer, all the Squadron stuff was really impressive, and I'm super excited for the game next month.
Yeah, that one comes out like October 2nd.
Yeah, and dude, I want to do another shout out of that cool video game announcement, that surprise video game announcement that also happened at Celebration. I remember talking with Starrapter about our friend Chris Abbott, he's also on the Delayed Replay. I'm talking to him about this new type of Star Wars game.
Right, so this is the open world Red Dead Redemption style Mandalorian video game, which takes place before the show, and it's you get to go on missions.
Oh man, you want to know something, dude? This was the game. This is what EA Vancouver's working on. This was, Video Game Insiders said, oh, it's canceled. Oh, they're doing something else. No, this is the game, and I'm happy we got just a little sneak peek of it, and this. I remember when they announced that Visceral Games' Star Wars game was going to be canceled, and hearing the rumors and stuff about it, this sounded like that unique game that maybe Star Wars needs. And I'm happy that a lot of those ideas made their way into this game that we saw. I mean, I don't have too much to say other than I'm just, give it to me. Nom nom. Very impressed. This might break ground in regards to what Star Wars games can do for the industry. And that is something that's very impressive, because I know EA's had a lot of criticism for just going through the same tropes or doing the same types of games that's been done before with Star Wars. But I mean, I personally don't mind, but nevertheless, regardless of my opinion on that, I am excited about this new game and can't wait to see what it's going to be about, man.
Yeah, and if this is successful, maybe they'll expand further. We'll have a lot more planets to explore in future games like this. It'd be great.
Jedi Fallen Order was successful, and they're going to make a sequel to that, Respawn. So you never know, man.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for that sequel.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say if it'll be a direct sequel or if it'll follow someone else, but I'm still excited that it's happening. And I think Fallen Order is my favorite Star Wars story of the past few years, so it's high praise from me.
Absolutely.
You want to talk about Galaxy's Edge and memories from that?
My second time at Galaxy's Edge, ironically. Actually, no, third time, because I went back in May with family. So that was really cool. It was really cool. Just, you know me, I also want to spend $500 on Star Wars merchandise. Didn't spend that much this time around, but being in that den of antiquities for the third time, very tempting stuff, dude. Very tempting.
It is.
Because, you were with us. let me just say, I'm so happy to meet you. You're a cool dude, both on podcasts and in person. So it was cool to see you and see everyone together, and it was incredible.
Oh yeah, thanks. It was great meeting you and like a few other people I hadn't met in person before, because I'd only met Chris Seekell in person before. So it was cool like meeting more people, and it's weird because we all know each other online, and it's like
it's different.
We already know each other pretty much, but our first time like interacting together in person. So that was a trip.
But it's still, nevertheless, it's a different experience in person. So it, at least to me personally, it feels more real when we actually see, the people. So nevertheless, very fascinating stuff. And yeah, well worth the trip. Absolutely. That's pretty much all the takeaways I have from Celebration. A lot of good stuff. And thank you for having me on, Stephen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like it was great being able to look back at Celebration with you and with the other people I'm having on here. Where can people find your stuff online?
Check out channel1138.com/hype function. I'm about to record an episode with Ben Hart and also Jess from the Faithful Fangirl podcast. We're going to be talking more Star Wars stuff. Who knows what we're going to talk about? A lot of cool things to talk about, with these recent announcements and stuff. So check that out. You can check out my music podcast, Maniacal Melodies, channel1138.com/Maniacal Melodies, where I talk about music every week with my co-host Anthony Perkins. And I also do some interviews and whatnot. I actually recently interviewed someone from my grad school program who's a DJ and a music publishing coordinator. So really cool discussions about the music industry and grad school and whatnot. And with Anthony, I often talk about marching band stuff and drum corps performances. So a lot of cool stuff there. And follow me on Twitter @HypeFunction. And search Maniacal Melodies on Facebook and Twitter. Find both of those on Google Podcasts, and Maniacal Melodies specifically is on Spotify as well. So a lot of cool stuff there. And yeah, it was great to be here, back here again on Delayed Replay with you, Stephen. So thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, thanks again, Jeffrey. And yeah, this episode should be out by the end of the month. Like that's the plan. So like those episodes you mentioned,
they might be a few weeks old by now. Yeah.
Right, but there'll probably be like more stuff from you people can listen to as well. So just listen to all of it, listeners.
Listen to it all. Yeah.
Oh, dude, we can make a song out of that.
Listen to it all. Listen to it all.
Gotta listen all.
Oh my god. Okay. Enough of our bad improvisatory singing capabilities. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thanks again, Jeffrey. And now on to the next session/segment. Without further delay, listen to the next one.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
I think that's the first time someone's actually given me the proper response. I usually do that all the time, and no one asked me the General Kenobi.
Yeah, man. On Clone Wars, the 2008 show, like it's kind of cringeworthy hearing Grievous say hello there, but like thankfully comics have shown that Obi-Wan has said hello there before that show, so it's not like he got it from Grievous.
Right. Nice.
Talking with the champion of the multiverse from Star Wars Report and Star Wars Beyond the Films. It is Mark Hurliman.
Hey, how is everybody doing? Glad to be here. Yeah, man. I mean, Celebration was everything I was hoping it would be, just minus half the actors. Like the one people I really wanted to see just weren't there. I was like, come on, Harrison, show up to these things, man. It's, you can't just show up when you want to. The fans have a demand. But anytime you go to Celebration though, it's, as I always say, it's the pilgrimage of fandom. I recommend everybody go and do it at least once in their lifetime. And if you're starting to feel down and blue about things, go and do it more than once. But to get around that many fans enjoying what they love the most, which is arguing about if Han shot first or not, it's fun. I mean, granted, there's one or two people that absolutely hate the fact that we're still debating that, but you either get on board or you're the person in the corner that's really upset. And I feel bad for the 5 of them that were there, giving us the stink eye. But we invited them to go see the movie with us.
The hitman's wife's bodyguard.
And then they did come along, which was nice because, kumbaya, we had our moment, even though it wasn't around Star Wars. But I think getting to go, do those type of things in the venue down there in Anaheim and having Disneyland right there, getting to go to Batuu. I mean, yeah, I had to pretend like I went to a really weird planet that had locomotion and stuff and that I couldn't sit on a speeder, but it was all in universe for me.
At Celebration, the focus was more on it wasn't as much on the films this time around. It was on the TV side of things and High Republic and stuff like that. And at the Mandalorian season 2 panel, they even dropped the trailer. What was your reaction when you saw that trailer?
Oh man, it's almost like every type of Celebration trailer that drops, as soon as it goes black screen, you see Lucasfilm, everybody just gets quiet.
Yes.
Which is great because usually you can't shut Star Wars fans up. So to have that moment where you're like, wow, dude, everybody's and then you hear it, you're like, oh my God, here we go. And they had the whole Sarlacc pit, and you had Boba Fett's little spur sound, and you're like, what's going on? And then it's like, I'm never going to give you up. I'm like, well, and then they showed the real trailer for a whole 3 minutes. I was trolled hard, dude. I was trolled so hard. I didn't even realize. But then when they actually show us and we get to see all the excitement and stuff, you get to see the ship coming in all beat up and broken. That was an exciting moment. And the fact that they told everyone else that they were going to have to wait until September to get to see it when it gets to drop on the internet.
Yeah.
I'd be able to tell you guys all about this, but NDA. Sorry, can't do it.
Yeah, some bootlegged versions made their way online, I bet. Kind of like when there was that Mandalorian footage at that other Celebration and they didn't want to release that right away, which is kind of weird. But yeah, I really liked that trailer that they showed, and I was surprised that because I don't know, there have been rumors of certain characters coming back, familiar ones, and so I've had mixed feelings about that because I worry about them taking the spotlight. So I don't know if this trailer is giving me hope that maybe some of those are just rumors, or if they're just trying to keep people surprised even though the rumors are around,
I think if the rumors are true, I think the reason why we got the trailer that we got when we got it was they don't want to take the focus away from that. I think that they know that when these characters, if they show up, it's going to be such a big splash that they don't really need to be advertising it any more than they already have. So you can focus on what you expect. I mean, because even if they do drop one of them in, I mean, think about Bill Burr's character in season 1, right? They weren't oh, Bill Burr's going to be in it. It was just no, here's Bill Burr, he's in this episode. And I think that that's what we're going to get with those characters. I think that if we get anything with them, the big payoff's not going to be this season. It'll probably be next season or the season after that. I have a feeling if they show up, it's going to be kind of a here and there kind of thing. Kind of like how Lando Calrissian showed up in Rebels, Oh,
I really feel like Lando did not need to be in Rebels.
True, he did not need to be, but the way they did it worked to a degree. I think, too, the idea that Celebration was more focused on the TV shows and stuff, I think that was a marketing backfire, right? Because all the way up until we get to Rise of Skywalker, they were the complete saga, get the complete saga. And every time you'd open it, you're like, okay, well, I've got every episode up until 8. Where's 9? Oh, that's right. It hasn't come out yet. So, I mean, they marketed the heck out of it. So now we're all gun shy. We're like, the complete saga. Yeah, you got me on that once before, man. I don't know. And now they're sitting there, they're saying it over and over till they're blue in the face, but we just don't buy it because we bought the last ones.
Right. And I mean, who's to stop them from doing episode 10 eventually? I don't know if I've said this on this podcast, but I think it'd be hilarious if when they do return to doing episode movies that they start with 13, 14, and 15 and then go back to 10, 11, and 12.
That would be cool, especially if they wait to do 10, 11, and 12. Go 13 through 14 and then go all the way to 25 and then come back and tell those 3 stories. You've waited long enough for episode 9. You're going to wait twice as long for episode 11.
Just skip to episode 11 and then 12 and then come back to 10.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that'd be fun. Which is, I mean, that's the heart of any celebration, though, is fun. And I think that once again, the people that put it on, they definitely knew what they were doing. The cue lines worked well. I only heard people that didn't know how to run a phone complaining. So that's kind of like, you look over there and you see the person and you're like, yeah, he's not going to figure out how to use this phone. And you just watch him get frustrated. And then you kind of like, I probably shouldn't be snickering out loud. It's kind of rude.
Yeah, there's like some good energy at this celebration. And I mean, like, they officially announced the Bad Batch series, which like some people thought could happen, but it got officially confirmed at Celebration. So like, like, what are your thoughts on that show? Like, what do you expect?
I was surprised because I was one that when they put out the refinished, I should say, Bad Batch episodes, I was saying back when Echo was with them and stuff, that how cool it'd be to kind of have a spin-off on them. So to hear that that's what they're going, I was just like, it's rare, my man, that I get fan service. I was like, oh, this is what it feels like. Okay. But I'm excited because I like the idea that they're going back to Order 66, that we're going to see, at least that's the impression that they've given me, is that we're going to get to see it from another clone unit's perspective. But the most exciting aspect of it is like, how is this going to go down? I mean, are the Bad Batch clones chipped? Like, I don't think we 100% know that about them or not. Did Rex put out word to some of his favorite clones? I mean, we know that Gregor and Wolf had their chips removed. Did he come for Echo? Like, I mean, there's a lot of questions that I have. And every time I have questions on a show when we go in, that's a good thing. Cause like, some people that they get too many perceptions. I try to stay wide open, and it's just like all the questions just add possibility, and there's a lot of room here to wiggle. So, I mean, I think that it's one of those that it's going to be really hard to screw it up. And yet at the same time with Star Wars fans, no matter what they do, it's going to be a screw up to somebody. So, I mean, I think that as long as they know that going in, it's just going to be a win-win.
Right. Yeah, when I watched the Bad Batch episodes, I thought the action was pretty cool, but like out of the Bad Batch members, I felt like Echo had the most depth, whereas the other Bad Batch members were like, they didn't have as much of characterization, but I feel like this new show could be a chance to like explore them on a deeper level. And
right.
Like, I would also like really love if somehow they bring the Republic Commandos into the show as well, because like they have that like random cameo in the Clone Wars, which feels out of place if people are like unaware of like the Republic Commando video game, the books or whatever.
Right because it was Delta. That was the best part.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Yeah, I think that when we see the Bad Batch in the non-completed episode, and then when they go back and they finally finish it, you're kind of just getting basic stereotypes, right? And when you're doing a show about them, I think that there's an opportunity to really kind of flesh out the characters. But it comes down to where they want to take the characters, really. I mean, depending on where they want to go with the plot is really going to determine and factor in how much time you give to develop any one or three characters out of the group versus exploring the group as a dynamic. I mean, there's a part of me that sees them kind of coming at it like in an A-team aspect, like and those memes are perfect. Like, I kind of hope that that's the direction they come at it with. There's a part of me that wants to see these guys break away from the Empire, and then there's a part of me that wants to see them being like the kill squad.
Well, I mean, maybe like they could be divided and they'll like be at odds with each other. That could be interesting.
Oh, that would be fun. Like, how cool would it be for half the squad to have to hunt down the other half?
Right.
Especially if like that progresses throughout the show. Like, maybe they all start out hunting down people, and some of the clones are paying attention to what's going on, and Echo starts talking about information he has with Rex, and then like they get into a big old fight, and now you got like split lines. It's a civil war amongst the clones. Like, oh, that could be fun. That could be fun.
Like, people have been comparing the Bad Batch to like the Ninja Turtles, and so like I'm hoping that it could be something in the vein of like the 2003 series, which I really love. And I know you're like a huge Ninja Turtles fan, right?
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, there's just so many angles you could go with that. I mean, especially if you have Hunter kind of take on more of a Splinter kind of role, or Splinter / Leonardo style. Oh,
or
man.
Maybe one of them could be like Casey Jones.
Ooh, yeah. I could see Tech kind of lean in that direction, even though Tech kind of has the Donatello angle. But then again, I mean, with this Bad Batch, you could just do an amalgam of them where you get just like certain character traits of each character played through with different ones where, you know, maybe there's an aspect of Donatello that two of the characters do, because the Star Wars technology is so different. You know, I mean, it's when I was recording with Jim this weekend and we were going back Tales of the Jedi, and you talk about the fact that you've got all these spaceships and stuff and you got all this great technology, and yet the people are still living in rock stone temples and they're lighting everything with torches. It's like, you know, there's just so much room there that you can play with and have certain people being, you know, really equipped with certain types of technology. And then you go to another world where everything's different. And then, you know, now it's character B's time to shine, you know, where all of a sudden Tech's like, well, this isn't really Tech. Like, I can't, this is a live animal. How do you expect me to use that? And then all of a sudden, you know, Hunter's like, this is how you do it.
The Bad Batch panel was really cool because, like, at first we all thought, oh, it's just a panel celebrating, like, they're talking about the development of the Bad Batch characters and then bringing them from the story reels to, like, the final season. And then in the last 5 minutes of the panel, they're like, oh, yeah, there's going to be a Bad Batch series, and basically mic drop.
Mm-hmm. And the part about that I love so much, and it was almost the same with when they did the 789 kind of thing. When we saw the 501st members walk out in the full Bad Batch regalia, I mean, it's like, how in the hell do they have those statistics already that they could get it that good? I'm just like,
yeah,
what? Like, oh, my jealousy meter was tilt as soon as I saw Hunter walk out on the stage. Not even talking about Crosshair, who was equally cool looking.
Yeah. Also, like, while we were talking, I had this random thought of, like, what if Echo and Tech get merged into, like, one person called Techo, kind of like the Tuvix situation in Star Trek Voyager. That would be
Poor
wild.
Echo. Echo just never gets a break. He's like, and I thought the voices in the droid computer system were bad.
That's such a wild Voyager episode, and people still debate it to this day. But anyway, like, were there any cool cosplays that caught your eye at Celebration?
Oh man, the Ganner's Last Stand was cool, just because of the amount of paper mache that guy was wearing to have the entire horde of the Yuuzhan Vong around him, and the whole arch. And to have his hands held up in that pose, like, I mean, he nailed that comic panel perfect, but to be able to hold that all day like that was pretty dang impressive.
Yeah, that was dedication.
I mean, that guy had a line of people just waiting to take photos with him. And I felt bad too, because like the little kids, they didn't realize what was going on and they were trying to get into the horde of things. And so here he is, like, he's got this massive, like almost 200-pound paper mache on him. And then this little 5-year-old gets on there and you're just like, oh, there's an extra 14 pounds to 40 pounds. Like, you know, and it wouldn't be too bad, except for that thing was so massive. It hurt just to watch. Like, I kept thinking, why wouldn't you put canisters underneath that? Like, it had to have been for the floor and stuff, but could you imagine trying to get to the second floor?
Yeah, that'd be quite a challenge.
The other one was Luke Skywalker in the Bacta tank. That guy, I mean, it was small. It wasn't on the scale of the guy that did the Ganner's Last Stand, but I think that made it even cooler because it almost looked like it was Luke Skywalker stuck in a popsicle.
Yeah.
Like, I get what you got there. I get it.
And yeah, like, the kids were at Celebration too, and they had a good time. Like, there was even like a Jedi Temple Challenge simulation type of thing where they were going through like the course I was in those YouTube videos, or like something that looks like the course, and they were like having a lot of fun. And they also had one for the adults to try out, it was fun.
The training remote on that one was irritating because, I mean, you get over there and they give you this really cool looking mask, look just like Leia's from the little scene flashback in Rise of Skywalker, but that dang thing was so small. And they used it like a piñata. Like if you didn't have the mask on, you know, it looked like, okay, there it is. But with that, I mean, with the lightsaber, I mean, let's be real here. If you give me a baseball bat, I probably would have cracked that thing out of the park. But we're talking something smaller than a hard ball with a lightsaber blindfolded. I don't have Jedi skills, clearly, but I mean, that was probably the most frustrating thing because I just want to get in there, hit it real hard, get that little Buzz Light thing that they did and get the little cool little spoon lightsaber thing that they used to have in the Kellogg's things. I have all but the green one. I was really looking forward to getting it, and my son got it and he won't give it to me, little punk. I'm still angry about it. So if you're playing Fortnite, Illogical Rogue 2, shoot for the head, that's him.
Also, what did you think of the Thrawn panel where they had Timothy Zahn, Dave Filoni, and Lars Mikkelsen on the stage?
Oh man, I'm a big fan of Thrawn. I'm equally frustrated with Zahn. You know, I mean, everything that they got coming out's been good, but I kind of want to see someone else write Thrawn. You know, I mean, the last few books that I've been reading, I feel like the character himself has been kind of stale. It's got all the trappings of Thrawn. And yet I feel like they're circling around trying to do something really cool with him. But I feel like they haven't really put the throttle down. You know, like Thrawn's always been Sherlock, but now they've introduced this aspect that like, well, when it comes to politics, that's his Achilles tendon. He is not good at politics. And I keep wondering, like, is there a reason for that? And, you know, Zahn was getting into it and he was talking about it, but there were times where I was starting to lose faith. And I was just like, man, I don't know if he's got a game plan here. So I got to give myself, you know, that reminder, like Zahn can do no wrong, especially when it comes to Thrawn. But I'm excited to see the character show up in more media. I mean, they were hinting about it, and I felt like that hint was like, okay, they're hinting for a reason. And I immediately went to Mandalorian, but I was like, well, maybe what if they don't? What if there is that rumor about there being, you know, an Ezra Thrawn series? And I'm like, you know, if they were to do something like that, and if they were to pick up from where we left off in Rebels, especially, right, where, you know, when they left, we know that there was a time gap before Ahsoka and Sabine go, we're going to go find him now, right? We don't know how long that is. So I'm like, well, if they picked right up after the moment they jump, and we do a Thrawn and Ezra buddy kind of cop show, you know, where it's all about them surviving and they have to, you know, lean on each other kind of thing. And then by the time that Ahsoka and Sabine get there, that these two are like, you know, brothers from another mother. Like, I think that would be kind of an interesting twist on that dynamic. And then if you brought them into Mandalorian after you have had their buddy cop show, I think that'd be cool. But I definitely felt like there's more going to happen with Thrawn than what we're getting. Cause like, you know, the books and stuff right now, we're going into the past. We're stepping away from his future, his current story. So I kind of feel like that there's a push there that we're going to be getting something at some point. Cause I feel like Thrawn is kind of like the olive branch for EU fans. You know, it's like, well, we know you're never going to get Mara Jade, but we got Thrawn. So I feel like, you know, like if they don't do something in that guise, that the EU fans are just going to be like, yeah, you did Thrawn, but you just did Thrawn light.
Well, personally, I think Thrawn has been more interesting in these last few books, like as a character, especially with like the motivations that we learn. But I think that the original Thrawn trilogy was overall a better story than the recent Thrawn trilogy. But I do think there is potential with the Ascendancy trilogy to like expand the universe even more. And also, like when you were describing the Ezra and Thrawn dynamic, I couldn't help but imagine it becoming something like the Grand Admiral's bodyguard or something.
Oh, dude, no, that is, you just took my mind to a whole new level. How cool would that be? To find that Ezra's like totally just whatever Thrawn says, Ezra will do it, because while they were out surviving, A, he's come to appreciate Thrawn's smarts, and B, he's come to respect him overall. Like, oh, that'd be so cool. It almost come across like he's been brainwashed, but you have to find out like through flashbacks and stuff that no, it's just like a deep budding mutual respect.
Well, I mean, Thrawn has a cool voice, so it's not too far-fetched to believe, at least in my opinion.
Right. Oh, man. Yeah, no, that was a fun panel. And every time Filoni comes in out of nowhere and you're just like, what's Filoni doing here? You're like, I mean, I was just sitting there the whole time. Like, what is he going to do? Is he going to drop some really cool knowledge on us and stuff? And then he drops the Clawcraft. And for me, aside from having Thrawn show up in canon, having a Clawcraft finally make its debut in canon, I'm like, now here's an X-Wing I can get behind.
Are there any other like Celebration memories or like Galaxy's Edge memories you want to like throw out?
I mean, I could go on and on about Galaxy's Edge just because that was a fun experience. But I would say for Celebration, probably the coolest thing next to the guy that was dressed up as Ganna Rysode because of photo opportunity aspects. I mean, just all around that was cool. Was the Lego cantina that they had set up life size with the dead Greedo laying across the chair. That was I got a couple where I was throwing a coin to the bartender as I was walking away from the table. One where I was like blowing off the fake smoke on my gun. Like that was just cool. Just in general. Like I wish they would have told us that was going to be there though, because I would have brought a Lego robe just to really get in character.
Oh yeah, that would have been so cool. So once again, thanks, Mark, for being on this episode with me. Where can people find your stuff?
Well, you can find it all at www.starwarsreport.com. I've got, I'm on the Star Wars Report podcast there on our podcast network, as well as Beyond the Films. I used to host that with Nathan P. Butler, but he recently retired after 18 years podcasting. And then Jim Lahine stepped in, another timeliner extraordinaire. So he and I have been gone back to Legends, as it were, for a little bit, getting some Legend stuff going. And then you can see me out there on the internet as Illogical Rogue 2. Although if you see me on PlayStation 4, it's probably my son. He's tried to officially steal it, but I'm like, dude, no, I've been Illogical Rogue 2 for longer than you've been alive. So yeah, that's me out there, except for on the PlayStation 4. That's probably my son playing my account, because honestly, I don't play much online stuff because I'm not good at it anymore.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'd probably be bad at it since I don't game as much as I used
right.
to.
It's sad when, I remember playing N64, and playing the games on that system and stuff, and then being really good at Battlefront on Xbox to the point where like none of my friends would want to play against me. And now on this system, I'm like, I'm dead so fast. I'm just like, what? My son's got his sensitivity jacked all the way up. And I'm just like, he's spinning around and I'm ready to vomit. And I don't even see the shots he's taking. He's just like shooting. And then all of a sudden, headshot. I'm just like, what in the? And then he does this thing called no scoping. And I'm like, that's wrong.
Yeah, dude, I was really good at the original Battlefront 2 to the point where like whenever me and my brother would like pick up the game to play it again, like years later, we would like it would just take us minutes to just break back into like how good we were at that game. But then playing like the newer ones, it's like, oh shoot, how do I do this? And it's just like an entirely different world.
Right.
Without further delay, on to the next person. All right, and for this particular segment or session or whatever you want to call it, I haven't decided. I have Chris Seekell from the Star Wars Underworld podcast.
Hey, Steven, I'm glad to be on.
Yeah, great to have you on. We were both at Celebration last month, and it's kind of funny, like, it started, or like some of it was like on your birthday, and like...
Yes.
And like before then, the first time we talked in person was on my birthday in 2016 when we were at that Ahsoka book
Oh, I didn't
signing.
know. I totally forgot that was your birthday.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so like this second time that we saw each other in person being on your birthday, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yes, that's really funny. Full circle.
Yeah, so overall, like, what were some of your, like, Celebration 2020 memories? Like, how was boothing and everything? And
It was awesome. It gets better every year because every year we can do more at the booth. Last Celebration, we gave out a ton of pins and trading cards. So this year it was better to do more like panels and events and things with people. And it was great because this is the first year that we finally put a TV at the booth, because that's something that we've been trying to do. And every year we don't do it. And it never happens. So finally, we were able to have the TV there to show like slideshows and clips and play the Star Wars movies in the background and stuff. So that was really cool.
one of the times that I stopped by, it was like the Rathtar scene from Force Awakens was on the screen.
Nice.
It's like such a weird scene. Like, even thinking about it now, but it's kind of funny, like just walking by and seeing that scene like out of context, out of place, or whatever you want to call it. It's just fun.
Yeah, it draws people in. People will stop to look at it, and then they'll notice our big sign in the background, the big banner that says Star Wars Underworld. It was nice to get a new banner too, because we've been using the same banner for several celebrations, and it was getting really beat up, and it also was really out of date because it had like Pinterest on it and like all these like weird things. So it was good to have like a new banner with like all of our podcast logos for like Radio Razor Crest and Clone Wars Strikes Back and stuff on it. Like that was cool. So I'm glad we did that. So and it was just great talking to everybody. So it's you'd think we would have met everybody by now going to several celebrations, but there's still people going for the first time that we hadn't met. So that was cool.
I remember seeing like a couple people at least coming up to you guys and being like, "Whoa, we've been listening to you for like 3 years or however long it was," and they just seemed so starstruck.
Yeah, that's always really weird because it's like, you don't really think of yourself as like a celebrity because like, like in everyday life, people have no idea who you are if you're a podcaster because like they don't know your face, and like most podcasts are really niche with like not a giant audience. So it's really weird going to like conventions that are for niche things like Star Wars and then actually running into people that do know who you are. Like it's really weird.
So which of the hosts would be the star in the phrase Star Wars Underworld?
I don't know. I mean, Ben's been with us the longest, so he's like the like nostalgic favorite. And then Dominic's the one that probably is the most expressive. So people like they enjoy meeting him because of his personality. And then I'm probably the most controversial one. So I'm probably the one that people disagree with the most. So
I mean, the Star Wars could refer to the debates that you guys sometimes have.
Yes. Yeah, it's great because we always figure like, our audience, they're gonna have different opinions. So let's try to voice different sides of things, and it just helps that naturally with the three of us being different people, we end up having different opinions. But usually Dominic and me are like on the opposite sides, and then Ben half agrees with both of us. That's usually what ends up happening.
Yeah, like sometimes it's like you and Dominic debating something, and I imagine Ben is like just sitting back eating popcorn, just chiming in like whenever he gets a chance every once in a while. It's very entertaining. Not gonna lie.
No, it's fun. That's why we do it, and that's why we love doing it every week, and that's why we love doing it live at conventions. It's great.
Yeah, I was very glad that Dom brought Percy the Pufferpig for this celebration.
There are so many good photos with people and that. It was great.
Yeah. So I understand that you had an autograph story you wanted to tell.
I am so excited. I've been waiting for this. I've been going to Celebration for many years. My first celebration was back in 2012, so 8 years ago. And so I've been to several. The one person, if I could choose like one person in Star Wars that I would want to meet and get an autograph from, it would be Natalie Portman. So I was really unhappy about that. Natalie Portman was not at any of the conventions that I went to and didn't do any autographs. So this year, when I found out that Natalie Portman was going to be there and was going to do an autograph, I decided, all right, I don't spend money on autographs very often. I only have a few. But this is the one that I have to do. This is the person I have to meet. Because like I just grew up with this massive crush on Natalie Portman, and then as an adult, I appreciate her acting so much, and I love so many movies that she's in that she's brilliant in. I mean, like Black Swan is incredible, Oscar-winning role. So getting to meet her and get her to autograph and take a photo. With her, it was definitely like a huge highlight.
You were also at the Mandalorian panel. Like, what was your reaction to the trailer when it dropped?
So obviously what we were expecting is for the trailer to reveal Ahsoka. That was the hype. That was the buzz. That was what everybody was saying on the convention floor before the panel. Was this is it? We're gonna see Ahsoka in live action for the first time. They're gonna reveal her. That's what this is gonna be. So when we went and did the panel, and then there was no Ashley Eckstein at the panel, and no Rosario Dawson either. Nobody involved with Ahsoka, but either allegedly or that we know for sure was at this panel. It was like, okay, that's a little weird. Maybe they'll come out after. Maybe it's a big reveal. But then they show the trailer, and there's no Ahsoka in the trailer. And we're just like, well, that's weird. Yeah, there was no punch to it. There, like, usually at Celebration, there's some big reveal kind of at the end of something. Like there was the reveal of Palpatine at the end of the Rise of Skywalker trailer. That was huge. And then you had Ian McDiarmid coming out on stage. So like I was expecting that type of moment with like Rosario or Ashley or somebody involved with Ahsoka, and it didn't happen. So I thought the whole thing was a little, for Celebration, it was a little bit underwhelming. Like if they'd shown that trailer on like Monday Night Football, it would have been cool, because those trailers are kind of more for a general audience. But like for something that's coming out for the fans specifically, you got to have something in there like fan centric. And so like to have like no Tamora Morrison, Boba Fett, no clear Sabine, although there's speculation about Sasha Banks' character, whether or not she is Sabine or not, but there was no confirmation of that. So yeah, I thought it was kind of underwhelming for Celebration.
Yeah, I mean, there were like familiar elements like the Gamorreans and like that ring, which looked really cool. And of course, everyone loves a child that, when he presses the button to like shield himself, like that's very gifable.
That was awesome. Yeah.
But yeah, like for a while I've been expecting like, okay, so I've been like kind of against seeing like too many familiar characters in season 2. But I was expecting that like if Ahsoka and maybe Rex, characters like that are in this, and they'll appear in the trailer in like a Chewie we're home type of moment.
Yeah.
And like we even had that Rebel season 2 trailer a while back where she appeared and Rex and the clones appeared. So yeah, I get your viewpoint. Like for a Celebration trailer, I can see how it's underwhelming. Whereas if it were released like anywhere else, like it would be a nice like mysterious teaser. Just I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. That kind of surprised me that there wasn't that punch there. So I don't know. It's still cool. I'm still excited for the season. I just it's like I gotta see more. Especially, I wished I had seen more there. It would have created more buzz and hype, I think.
Yeah, I mean, people are speculating that the ice planet might be Ilum. So
I've heard that. Yeah. It's a lot of people are going back and forth on that because it's like we have this whole timeline of the Empire kind of occupying and taking over Ilum, and then this thing with Skywalker or Starkiller Base.
Skywalker Ranch.
Skywalker Ranch. No, Starkiller. The old version of Skywalker, Starkiller Base. So there's that. So like it's really kind of this. Yeah, it's like no one's exactly sure, but like I'm thinking like, you have this whole thing where that they say in the trailer that they need to return the child to the Jedi, the enemy sorcerers, and so there's this whole Force element to it. So we know that Ilum is a planet that's very strong in the Force. You got the kyber crystals there. Even if the Empire is in the middle of dismantling it and strip mining it, like it still might be a place where there could be some encounters with the Force or Jedi, or might be necessary to go to on like the Jedi journey. So just like kind of in Fallen Order, where even though the Empire was still there, you still had to go there. So yeah, I still think it's very possible that it's Ilum, even with the fact that it's not the same situation that you'd have, say, back in the Clone Wars with the young Jedi and everything.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if we get more familiar locations other than Tatooine. Like, I think it's pretty much guaranteed that that's Tatooine with Tusken and
It's
the
gotta
Bantha.
be. Yeah, they wouldn't have shown that if it was another planet. Like, that's definitely Tatooine, which is interesting because there's all these rumors that Boba Fett might be in this season, and there's this kind of like clue, like this little hint that they gave us last season with the little spur sounds with the character that walked up at the end of that episode on Tatooine. And so, like, there was speculation that was Boba Fett. And so we go back to Tatooine again in season 2, knowing that there's this speculation about Boba Fett being in season 2. It really kind of hints again at, okay, this is what's going to happen. And then also with familiar places, I'm wondering about that city planet with like the buildings on it. I'm wondering if that's Corellia.
Yeah, like me and some other people have been wondering that too.
Yeah. So, because that, again, Corellia doesn't have anything about it that's very specific that you can kind of point to and be like, that's Corellia. It could be really just anywhere. It's very generic looking because it's just kind of an industrial planet. Very just boring atmosphere. And then the other thing that was interesting was the planet with all the Quarren on it, where Sasha Banks shows up. There's speculation that might be Mon Calamari, which is interesting.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see in live action.
Yeah.
So
kind of
yeah,
surprising we haven't.
Yeah, like I mean, when you think of the role that like the Quarren and the Mon Calamari have played in these different conflicts, it is very surprising. But so yeah, it'd be very cool to see those in live action, especially after like seeing that planet and like get a lot of exploration in the Clone Wars and some of the comics that have come out since then that tie into the Clone Wars.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. I'm just like, why was there no Ahsoka? Why was there no clear, this is Sabine? Why was there no Boba Fett? Why was there no Rex? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, even if there are familiar characters in this, like even if like Cobb Vanth and characters like that, I think this teaser, even if it was underwhelming, kind of gives me hope that they know that the focus should be on the characters exclusive to the show rather than like relying too much on like cameo appearances. So that gives me a bit of hope in that regard.
Yeah. It does a lot. But yeah, decent panel. But I'm just excited for the season. Got to see the season. Got to see the actual stuff.
Right. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens this coming season. You were also at the Ewok Adventures movie panel, and like they did like a really nice tribute for Wilford Brimley. May he rest in peace. But overall, what'd you think of that panel?
Well, I am super excited about the announcement there that the Ewok movies are coming to Disney Plus.
Yes.
Like that's something, that because Disney Plus has done a good job putting up some like documentaries, and like obviously like the new content has been good, and they have all the Lego stuff up, which is great. But like that big thing that they were missing is like all like the really old kids content from like the 70s and 80s, like the holiday special, the Droids cartoon, and Ewok movies. So I'm really excited.
And the Ewoks cartoon as well.
And the Ewoks cartoon as well. I always forget about that one. I haven't even seen all of that. Yeah. So there's that too. So it was great that I think the fact that they're putting the Ewok movies on, A Caravan of Courage and Battle for Endor on Disney Plus later this year, I think that is a good sign that we might get to see some of that other stuff too, and then maybe we might even eventually get to see Star Wars Detours, maybe. So that's really exciting. I'm glad, because those are not bad movies. Like they're really not. Like I watched them recently. Like they're okay. Like they're not like as good as the Star Wars films because they're kind of like kiddie movies, but like they're good. They're good stories. Like they're really good.
I actually watched them for the first time about a year ago. Well, almost a year ago. And it's kind of weird because, like, I remember at some point as a kid renting Caravan of Courage, but then I didn't watch it in time before the rental due date was up. But I finally, like, rented them on, like, Amazon, and I felt like the first one, Caravan of Courage, dragged. Like, the pacing didn't work for me. And then Battle for Endor was kinda better. Like, the pacing was better, and it got dark really fast in the beginning with, like, what happens with Mace Tawani, who, by the way, the actor who played him showed some, like, really nice photos from, like, the sets when they were, like, filming these movies, which was really cool.
Yeah, that's Eric Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really cool.
Yeah, like, and they had, like, a couple other actors from those movies as well. Like, Kevin Thompson, who played Chukka Trock, was there too. He was cool.
Yep, he was there.
But yeah, I agree that, like, they're not as good as any of, like, the other Star Wars movies. But, you know, they have their place. Like, there are people who latch onto them, and it was kind of fun seeing, like, the blurgs in one of those movies, and how, like, seeing the stop motion and how not as fluid it was back then, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, well, that almost makes it Star Wars, just like how, like, the AT-ATs, like, have their signature motion from stop motion.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, that was really cool. Oh, we got to talk about the Kenobi panel.
Oh,
we gotta talk about that. We got to talk about that. So, the first time there was, like, a quote unquote Kenobi panel ish was at D23 last year, and that's when Kathleen Kennedy brought Ewan McGregor out on stage and announced that he would be reprising his role as Obi-Wan in the Kenobi series. So they needed to do something really big to match that, and so the big reveal at this panel with Hayden Christensen coming on stage and saying he's going to be in the show. Was amazing. And that, obviously, like, being in the crowd when that happened was great. And I just think it's really cool that, you know, Hayden Christensen can go to these celebrations and get such positive reaction from the crowd, because, you know, I know there was a lot of hate from the prequels when, you know, he was in them, especially like Attack of the Clones. Like, the critics were really hard on him. And I know that really probably was a big part of the reason why he kind of fell out of acting for a little bit. So yeah, having him come back and reprise Anakin in the Kenobi show, and then having him on stage and everybody applauding for him and showing him love, like, that was really a really special moment.
Yeah, like, when he walked on the stage, he and Ewan pretended that they were going to, like, throw a fist at each other, but then they came in for, like, a hug, which was like,
great.
Really nice to see. And they just, like, sat down and had a conversation with us, talking about, like, the prequels and the making of them, and also, like, little hints of, like, what they're excited about with the upcoming show. Like, I think Ewan said that he's more excited for the series than he was for episodes 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. I'm so excited for Kenobi. I wish they'd shown more footage from it. They didn't show a lot, but just knowing that, yeah, it's that all these big people are going to be attached to the project, like, super, super exciting. I'm super excited for the show.
Yeah, the footage showed a lot of sand, and I'm surprised that Hayden didn't bolt and run.
Right?
But yeah, it was like Tatooine, and it had, like, the voiceover narration. It was Alec Guinness's voice from A New Hope, where he said, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, that is a name I haven't heard in a long time. And then, like, you see, like, a cloaked Obi-Wan, and he takes down the hood, and it's Ewan McGregor, and the whole crowd erupted. Even though it's just, like, that little bit. Like, that's the only thing. Like, everyone's just been hungry for this Kenobi thing, and they'll just, like, take whatever they can get.
Yeah. No, that was probably with the Mando panel not showing a lot and not having, like, a big reveal with the trailer. I would say that the Kenobi panel was probably one of the better, more exciting ones. That one kind of beat the Mando one out, in my opinion, for a better panel, having that footage and having Hayden there. Like, that really was one of the big panels and best panels, I think, that they had.
Yeah, and I mean, who better to moderate the panel than James Arnold Taylor? So it was like, double
that was amazing.
the Kenobis on stage.
That was amazing.
And
I
then
never thought
Steven
that
Stanton showed up later. That was cool.
all the Kenobis were there. That was incredible. I never thought I would see them all in the same room. I thought they were the same person. I guess not.
Yeah,
All these years.
they took a group photo together, which like went viral, and like that was a lot of fun.
That was fantastic. There are some cool events that happened after the convention. We did a cool thing with like all of our people at the Star Wars Underworld going out bowling. That was really fun. And it was fun that we were able to do kind of like play Star Wars music and the bowling thing, and do like the kind of the glow in the dark blacklight bowling. Like that was really cool. So that was fun. And I have to mention the night that I don't remember as well. I remember like I was hanging out with people and it was great. And then the next thing I remember is waking up at the Hilton and the next morning. That's all I remember. Don't know what happened.
Wow.
So there's that as well.
I mean, I hope you were okay.
I mean, I'm fine now. I'm here.
All right.
So, wanted to mention that.
A wild night then.
Yes. If anyone knows what happened that night, let me know, or maybe don't. But yeah, the Galaxy's Edge trip was awesome. I'm glad that everybody got a chance. I mean, a lot of us had been before, but then it was great going with people who hadn't as well. It was really awesome.
Like this time I got like more green milk, because last time I had blue milk, but like I only took like a sip of green milk from someone else who let me have some. So it was cool having that this time around, like in a full cup.
Yeah, and it was great that everybody got to ride Rise of the Resistance as well, because last time we did a group thing there for the right before Rise of Skywalker came out. The Rise of the Resistance hadn't opened yet in California, so that was great.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that we have like this thing that represents the sequel era at a time when like there's so much going on that like it's kind of easy to kind of forget the sequels now that they're done. Yeah, it's cool that the timeline for Galaxy's Edge is still kind of in the sequel timeline, so all the stuff is characters walking around and everything is in ships and everything is in that timeline, so that's cool. Yeah, and I mean there was also that ILM X Lab panel where they had like a teaser of that Tales from the Galaxy's Edge game, so it's nice that they're including that in there. And apparently it's not just going to be sequel era, like it might be multiple eras, because Yoda's going to be in it somehow. They're very cagey about the details, but I think that's cool. Yeah, that stuff looks awesome. I love what they're doing at X Labs. Also, it was really funny at Galaxy's Edge when like you accidentally bumped into one of the troopers, and then they got like they acted like they were super mad, and like it's just fun how in character those people are. Yeah, that's one of the things that's like really awesome about Galaxy's Edge is how they have the characters all walking around, Kylo and Rey and Vimarati and the stormtroopers, and how they interact with people is really, really fun. And like, you know, the cast members do such a great job with that. So yeah, that was really funny. I'm glad that we got it on video. Yeah, it was hilarious. So overall, how do you think this celebration and I guess Galaxy's Edge trip compared to like previous years? Well, I think Celebration's kind of really changed for me over time. I think that originally it was about getting to see panels and get to buy merch and just kind of like meet celebrities involved with Star Wars like for the first time. Like that's kind of like what I was getting out of it like the first few times. But then as like I made friends in the Star Wars community and started podcasting and all this stuff, like it kind of became more about like just hanging out with people and kind of having a shared experience where we were all just really hyped for something and could all like relate to each other's hype, and then just like hang out and like get to know each other better and do fun things together. So
I think that as Celebration for me has kind of shifted from more of like a consuming to a more social thing. I just, anytime that we have an event that we can get together and do that, it just is really awesome. So, being able to have the booth and continue to hang out with people in our community and meet new people that we'd only met online before was really awesome. And then getting to go to panels together and getting to go to Galaxy's Edge together and then getting to podcast together every day and then do some of the events at night together. Like that was just, that's all you can really ask for. And it was really awesome. And there was had a lot of great experiences and memories I'll remember for the rest of my life. So yeah, this one was really fantastic. And a lot of it has to do with just the people that were there.
Like Star Wars is great, but like the fans, the fans who are like really friendly, they just make it all that much better. Like being able to like talk about all this and like bond over like this shared experience that we have. It's crazy how like the galaxy far, far away has like transcended into this thing that like lots of us have experienced together in a way.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And that's what's so special about it.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me on this, Chris. I think now I've had like 3 Chris's on this podcast. So
oh my God.
Watch out, Marvel. Where can people find you on the internet?
Definitely check out the Star Wars Underworld podcast. You can find that at starwarsunderworld.com or just search for the Star Wars Underworld in whatever podcast app that you're listening. We do weekly shows where we break down Star Wars news, and then of course whenever there's a convention, we'll do shows from the convention breaking it down, and then we also review any new Star Wars stuff that's coming out. So we're going to be reviewing each episode of the season 2 of The Mandalorian later this year on our spinoff show, Radio Razor Crest, which you can find on that podcast feed with our normal shows. And then if you're interested in following me personally, you can find me online at Seek3PO, SEEK 3PO.
Nice. All right, listeners, I guess without further delay, on to the next person.
It's delayed replay. There has to be a delay.
Yeah. And we're back with another segment. This time I'm another host from the Star Wars Underworld podcast. It is Dominic Jones.
Hello. Yeah, you can't get rid of us. There's so many of us. We keep showing up. Every time you go to record, a Star Wars Underworld podcast host just appears. It's like a call. We hear a podcast begin and we're just like, we're there.
There's too many of them.
Yeah, you're like, it's getting out of hand. Now there's 3 of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's also that line. Yeah, it all connects. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so what was the boothing experience like for you? Like, I know like everyone was like really happy to see Percy the Pufferpig at your guys' Underworld booth.
Yeah, and in fact, he's here right now. He wants to say hello. Yeah, I know. Great weekend, Percy. Yeah, that was a highlight. I agree. Yeah, it's been it's been terrific. Having the booth is always one of my favorite aspects of Celebration. It has been since we started doing it back in London, and it's just a fun place. It serves as a great meeting spot for everybody if they want to, use it as a landmark to say, all right, let's gather there. It's great for, meeting new people and seeing and interacting with the people who have listened to our podcast over the years and want to come say hello and want to, and we get to give them some free swag, some free merch. And so, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great to do another live show from there. We've always got these crazy setups with these over-the-top speaker systems that really could, I think if we turned it up all the way, we could have challenged the Star Wars show stage to a noise war. But we didn't. We didn't feel like getting kicked out. But it was a lot. It was a lot of fun. It's always one of my favorite things to do is to just hang out at the booth and meet meet new people, whether they listen to the show or they're just interested in knowing what Star Wars Underworld is all about, as well as catching up with old friends.
It's all about fun and all around good times, right?
Exactly. As a wise man once said, Star Wars is fun, it's funny, and it's all around good times.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember there's that moment on like the floor of the convention when like you get like this person in a Han Solo cosplay and he's like dancing around like the Kinect Star Wars level.
Yeah.
You hear the music. That was just a fun moment.
Yeah, it was so great. It was like a call. It was like a siren call. I'm like, I hear the song. I must see what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good variety at this celebration. Like, you got to be in the audience of the Cassian series panel. So you want to talk about that?
For sure. Yeah, I won the lottery. I was very happy about this because I'm super stoked for this Cassian show. I think it's going to be really good, and it sounds like it's going to be kind of different from a lot of the Star Wars stuff going on. It's more of a spy thriller, as they like to say, and you know, Mando and everything else is really leaning into the Western side of things, whereas this is kind of maybe leaning a little bit more into the sci-fi side of things, which I think is kind of exciting. And I'm a big Rebel Alliance guy. That's kind of my favorite aspect of Star Wars. They're my favorite faction, if you will. So I was really excited about the show. And so this was one of the panels where I was like, I have to go to it. And, you know, I went into it not expecting it to be a whole lot. Obviously, they just started shooting the show a couple of months ago. So I guess they kind of paused for this weekend so that they could get everybody over here. But it was really cool to see, you know, Diego Luna and Alan Tudyk back on stage, as well as they had Tony Gilroy here as well to talk about the show and you know what it's like for him as the showrunner. I think he's a guy that doesn't really. He's not really into Star Wars in the way that we are, you know? So I think this whole experience was a little bit strange for him because he was kind of looking at it going like, what? Why? What? Huh? What? But you know, so it was cool to have him there, and they also, you know, they had Stellan Skarsgård and Denise Go there as, you know, kind of the new cast, and Genevieve O'Reilly sent in a video. She wasn't able to join us. I guess they needed Mon Mothma on set really soon again, so she sent in a video, which was really cool in costume. It was pretty sweet. So lots and lots of fun, and you know, no trailer, sadly. A little bit of behind the scenes footage, a little bit, not much, and a couple of really cool pictures giving us our first look at some of these characters that we're going to meet in the show.
Yeah, well, like, it was kind of disappointing that there wasn't a trailer, but I did think it was kind of fun when they had Diego Luna and Alan Tudyk like read that one-shot comic about how like K2 and Cassian met. It was kind of like that Anthony Daniels panel at that other celebration where he read The Phantom Limb. Yeah,
it was just sort of a nice it was a nice sort of change of pace on the panel, and you know, Alan Tudyk can make anything funny, and so I think he had a lot of fun with that. But I think we're kind of missing the big reveal of the panel, which was the, you know, surprise casting announcement that they made during the afternoon, which is that Jimmy Smits is coming back to play Bail Organa, and he's going to be a recurring character. And he was actually there. He stuck his head in for the last 15 minutes of the panel, which was pretty sweet.
It's just great having these people come back. But it does make me wonder, like, do you think they should have a young Leia appear on this show? Or would that be kind of stretching it?
You know, it might be kind of stretching it. You know, maybe it's maybe not something you do in season 1, but at the same time, you know, she's such a key figure in the rebellion that I think you gotta have her in there at some point. You gotta get her in there just even if it's just for an episode or two, just to remind us that, you know, this is the rebellion that we know and love from the original trilogy.
Yeah, I mean, that Bail Organa and Leia Organa, like, father-daughter relationship. Like, I was glad that we got that in the book Leia, Princess of Alderaan. That was a really good book for that sort of thing.
Yeah, and how cool would it be to actually see that on screen? That'd be so good.
Yeah, it'd be so cool to see on screen.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I get chills just even thinking about it. I really want it to happen. Now I really want it to happen.
Yeah, heck, bring Bria on the show as well. I'm sure she could contribute somehow.
Absolutely. Just get the whole Organa family in there, and just why not, right? They're all critical to the rebellion. I think that would be it would just make the destruction of Alderaan all the more devastating.
Yeah, and like you remember that short story, and from a certain point of view where it was from their perspective when Alderaan was being destroyed, and that was like so like heartbreaking but so well written. So yeah, the panel, like even though they didn't show enough, I think they did a nice job of reminding people that like the show is still going on. It's coming out sometime next year. But yeah, like it's great that we're getting more TV shows for Star Wars on Disney Plus. It's like they're expanding the universe on that particular medium.
Absolutely. You know, Mando season 1 was really good. The trailer that they debuted this weekend was pretty solid. I thought it was all right. Showed us a little bit of season 2, gave us some more Baby Yoda, which is always good. And then the Cassian stuff. It's still so far away that I get why they couldn't show us much. But it was nice that they trotted out some members of the cast as a little gift to the fans, as a little thing. It was like, yeah, we know you're excited about this, and we're excited too. So here's a little something from it.
Yeah, like the Mandalorian trailer was a little bit underwhelming, but I feel like we're probably gonna get like very whelmed, I guess, when we watch season 2 on Disney Plus.
Yeah, and with Mando, it's worth bearing in mind how far out we are from the premiere. So there's lots more to show and lots more to see.
Yeah. What's kind of weird is I don't even remember the season 1 trailer from back in the day. Like that's how forgettable it was to me, I guess. So I'm curious to see like how well this one will stick in my mind in like the year to come, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right. And there's also like a panel for that Clone Wars anthology book, Stories of Light and Dark. Now, have you had a chance to read or listen to this book?
I haven't yet. It's on my list of stuff to get to, and obviously I love the Clone Wars, so I want to get to it soon. But I did make a point of going to this panel because, they're talking Clone Wars. Of course I want to see it. And usually at Celebration, I don't go to the books panels. I'll go if they have one at New York Comic Con or San Diego or wherever. But Celebration, there's so much else going on that usually I sort of skip out on the books. But this was one where I really felt you had to go. And I thought it was a nice touch to have Dave Filoni as the moderator.
Yeah, and I mean, they brought like the voice actors who contributed to the audiobook. They had Catherine Tabor, James Arnold Taylor, Corey Burton, Matt Lanter, Nika Futterman, Sam Witwer, and so Olivia Hack is just like an all-star panel, and it was fun.
Yeah, it was so good. It was just a fun little Clone Wars retrospective.
Yeah, and like having listened to the book, I do wish that they had done new original stories. Like there's only one story at the very end called Bug that's original, and I feel like the perspectives didn't add much to the stories we already knew, so it was kind of disappointing to me in that regard. But I still really enjoyed the panel itself. It's like a weird thing where you enjoy the event more than the content it's showcasing. It's like a really strange experience.
Yeah, but that's the nice thing about these events, right? Is that there's just such an energy to them that even if the end result isn't your favorite thing, the experience of being there is really, it's what Celebration is all about. It's the experience of bringing all of these Star Wars people, fans, creators, everything together to just enjoy and, for lack of a better term, celebrate Star Wars.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's fun, all around good times, like we've said already.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I love when they did the Q&A at the end of that panel, and one of the questions that this kid asked, like it was directed at Dave Filoni, and the kid was like, do you ever not wear that cowboy hat? And then like everyone laughed, and Filoni was just like face palming, but also smiling like he couldn't believe it. It was hilarious.
Well, and I thought his wife had the perfect sort of response, because she wrote one of the stories, and and she basically was like, "No, I can't get him to take it off."
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen that episode of Jean Favreau's Chef Show that's on Netflix, where like Dave Filoni guest starred, but he wore the hat there as well. It was like, why not? And they talked a bit of Clone Wars on that episode, which was cool.
Yeah, that episode was a lot of fun. Not usually one for watching cooking shows, but that was pretty good.
Yeah, I do want to watch more of that particular show. I just haven't gotten around to watching more of it. And like when I do, I'll probably need food in front of me just because, you know.
Yeah, really. I say I'm not into watching cooking shows. It's really just that they make me hungry and then overeat as a result.
Speaking of which, did you find like any good food at Celebration or Galaxy's Edge for that matter?
Genuinely, the Anaheim Convention Center has the worst food I have ever had. I cannot stand eating in that place. I like that when they have the like food trucks outside. Those are okay. But my trick is when I want food and I'm at the Anaheim Convention Center is I leave the convention, go 20 minutes down the street to Carl's Jr. and get my food there. Because let me tell you something, as a Canadian, we don't have Carl's Jr. And so the first time I went there, it was an experience. And I've replicated that experience every single time that I've been back to the US, specifically to California. And so that's my go-to. And you know, in Galaxy's Edge, the food is genuinely pretty good. You know, it's solid. You know, it's not necessarily the greatest meal you've ever had, but it's, well, I mean, this is clearing a ridiculously low bar, but it's better than the Anaheim Convention Center. But I went for my classic shack ribs with the weird blueberry muffin that they give you for some reason, and a moof juice, because of course you got to go with that, and then a BB-8 Rice Krispie Square in the outside of Galaxy's Edge portion of Disneyland.
I just remember they introduced this new type of ranch dressing over there at Galaxy's Edge. Like they called it Skywalker Ranch, and it came in like blue and in green. And it was like so weird.
God. Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. By the way, I took a sip of water when you said Skywalker Ranch. I had to work very hard not to spit it all over my microphone.
Like I guess a couple of us got the better end, looking around for food at the convention. But it's so weird, but to me that Carl's Jr. is I don't know, I guess I never thought about how it might not be in Canada. And it's for me, Carl's Jr., it's I love it, but I don't get it as often as I might get say McDonald's or Jack in the Box.
It's not a special treat for you necessarily.
Right. And it's the burgers there are great, but I rarely go to it. So I just love hearing about how it's this I don't know, spiritual experience for you. I don't know if that's the right word, but I just love it. Coming from else, I would imagine that would be a mind-blowing experience.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's really it's one of those traditions I have that whenever I go down to the US, I always have to make a pilgrimage over to Carl's Jr. for a burger. This might be a controversial statement, but I like it better than In-N-Out Burger.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, objectively I know it's worse, but I like it better.
Okay, so here's the thing. I love In-N-Out's burgers. I feel like I might enjoy their patties more than the ones at Carl's Jr. have, possibly. Mm-hmm. But I feel like at Carl's Jr. there's more stuff that they can put on the burgers. Right. So in that regard, I could see how one might prefer them. one thing that I think In-N-Out really does have going for it is the animal style fries, where like they get these fries and it's like the fries by themselves are fine, but like they're kind of weird. But if they put like cheese and this Thousand Island dressing type of thing on top of it, and like tiny onion bits, and it's just so good. It improves the fries because of like what they put on top of it. But it's like if you were to rank French fries from all these different fast food places, I feel like it would be unfair to put the animal fries like toward the top, because it's the stuff they put on top of it rather than the fries themselves that are doing it justice.
Doing the heavy lifting. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Man, I'm like getting hungry talking about all of this. I'm gonna like order food after this call, but yeah. So were there like any cosplays that really stood out to you at Celebration?
Oh man, I'm always just in awe of all the cosplay that people do, because it's so impressive and it's so much work and it's so cool and well done that I know I could never do that. So I'm just in awe always. I love it when people sort of go outside the box, or they make characters that you wouldn't really think to be able to make. There's always a couple of really nice General Grievuses that are walking around the floor. And I remember seeing Revenge of the Sith and thinking like, how did they make a costume for this character? And never knowing. Actually, funny story. True story, in fact. At Celebration 5, I went to get an autograph from Peter Mayhew. And as I was in line for Peter Mayhew's autograph, next to him was Nick Gillard, who was the stunt coordinator for the prequels. And he was signing at a table. And somebody came up to him in like this tricked out, awesome Grievous costume. And he was just like gobsmacked when he saw it. He was like, oh my God, this is incredible. Look at this thing. Oh, we didn't have this on the set. This is amazing. And like he wanted pictures with the guy, and it was pretty awesome. So it's there's amazing stuff. There was one really good Jar Jar that I think was has to take it as my number one. But I also got to see the running of the Wilbur Hoods, which is another favorite Celebration tradition of mine. Those are always funny.
Speaking of good Jar Jars, like Ahmed Best made a surprise appearance at like the Jedi Temple Challenge training courses. Like that was great. Everyone was clapping and happy to see him. And like I understand that you got to try like the obstacle course for adults, right?
Yeah, I kind of can't believe that they did this. Like I assumed if they brought it, they would set it up just for kids, but the fact that they went the extra mile to, make a version for adults was pretty cool. I did not as bad as I thought I would on the obstacle course. So it wasn't good. I wasn't good at it, but I wasn't as bad as I thought I would be. So I was pretty happy with it. It was a lot of fun, but as I was doing it, I was like, oh, these are the muscles that are going to hurt tomorrow. I could just tell. Yeah. I could just tell. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. I'm not that old yet, but it was a lot of fun to do. And just, I love the trampoline, trying to grab the Melu run. I thought that part was a lot of fun. The part where they have to pull the thing across, like the floating platform across, that was a workout. Like, let me tell you, I finished that and was like, all right, I've earned my Carl's Jr. for the day.
Yeah.
So it was just so much fun. I was sad I wasn't there when Ahmed was there, because I saw that on Twitter at the end of the day, but I was really glad to get to try it. And I hope they need to turn that into just like a touring exhibition that goes around and people get to try it, because it was truly an experience and a lot of fun, and hopefully it'll raise the profile of that show, and they'll make some more episodes.
Yeah, I gave the course a try, and like there's a part where like there's like this kind of rock climbing bit, and I was just like falling and failing, and it was like, I feel like under other circumstances I'd be really upset, but I was just laughing and being like, it's Star Wars, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, we're all having fun.
Yeah, you're like, I don't even care if I fail at this. It's all good. It's Star Wars, and everybody else here is gonna fail anyways too.
The greatest teacher failure is.
Exactly. And that's why they had it set up, to remind everybody of that lesson.
Yeah. It's kind of ironic how, like, George Lucas considered, I think it was Lucas, he considered making, like, a Younglings spin-off of the Clone Wars, but that didn't end up happening. But eventually we got this show, Jedi Temple Challenge, for YouTube.
Yeah, I think George's Youngling show would have been very different. It would have been a little bit more, it would have been a little bit more in universe than, than Jedi Temple challenges.
Like, you don't see like those younglings like running around in Jedi Temple Challenge. Like, you don't see anyone dressing up as a Wookiee on that show.
But somebody should. I think somebody should.
Yeah, have season 2 set on Ilum. Like, that'd be great.
Yeah, really make the kids cold. But get some snow.
It wouldn't be like real snow. Like, it would just look like it.
No, I think they should go for authenticity and get some real snow in there. Go outside to go find a local arena where after the Zamboni has cleared the ice, those things are full of snow. They should truck that over to the set and load up the area and just turn down the thermostat.
I mean, that ice rink idea reminds me of another fun thing that they had at Celebration. Like, there was it was like pretty much Empire on Ice from Robot Chicken, but like a real life version, like on a rink, and they were like performing the songs, and it was just amazing. And like, it's great that they were able to acknowledge like the Robot Chicken Star Wars specials.
Yeah, and I think having Seth Green like sort of as master of ceremonies for that was the perfect touch, because he's been kind of out of Star Wars ever since Detours got canceled, and so it was nice to have him back and just that they booked out the Honda Center where the Anaheim Ducks play, and we all sort of got into a bus from the convention center and went over there and had a grand old time. It was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. Very talented skaters.
Yeah, and I was making those dumb jokes about like it should be called the Hondo Center.
Yeah, they should have gone with that. It's a missed opportunity that they didn't.
Yeah, there's a really great Hondo Onaka cosplay. I took a picture with the person. It was just so cool.
Yeah, I think I saw that guy. It was pretty sweet. He was kind of doing the voice too. It was awesome.
If you didn't know it was a cosplayer, you would swear it's Jim Cummings. Right?
Yeah, you would have thought it was the animatronic from Disneyland that had come to life and walked across the street to the convention center.
Yeah. Man, they need to make like a Pirates of the Galaxy's Edge movie. Have Hondo and like the Crimson Corsairs crew, including Kix, and have Maz Kanata in there. Like, that'd be a fun adventure movie. I'd be here for it.
It'd be so good. That would be so good.
Yeah. Were there any cool toys that you acquired?
I go and walk the floor and I think like, oh, I want to get that and I want to get that and I want to get that. And then I think, no, I shouldn't spend all of my money on the first day. And then I never wind up going back and getting what I said I wanted to get. I was really sad I couldn't get my hands on the Hasbro Cad Bane exclusive Black Series figure with Toto. I thought that thing looked so cool, and I was really hoping to get one of those. I'm kind of hoping Hasbro will send me one because they frequently do. They did last time, so I'm kind of hoping that they'll just say, here you go. I got a few left over. You can have one. But it looked so cool. So I was kind of sad I wasn't able to get one of those. And then, I honestly, I didn't buy much. My big purchase, kind of as it was last time, was I bought a bunch of stands for my Black Series figures. I didn't get any, new ones. I just got accessories for the old ones. And I did get a new T-shirt at Galaxy's Edge though. I got that new Jedi Resistance crossover logo thing. I thought that thing looked really cool, and so I had to get one of those. And I did all my shopping at Galaxy's Edge. I didn't buy anything from the convention.
Right.
They have these really sweet notebooks there that look like the ancient Jedi texts from The Last Jedi. And so last time I'd been there back in December for the Rise of Skywalker premiere, I had thought about buying one, and then I thought, oh, I'll get it later, and then later never came. By the time I had a chance to go back to the store, it was too late, and they were closing down the park, and so it was too late. So I just thought, oh, okay, well, I'll just have to wait until Celebration next year and get one then, and hope that they're still in production. And fortunately, they were, and so I was really happy with that. I was really happy with the new tee, and yeah, I other than that, I didn't grab any figures or anything. I never went at the right time to get the figures.
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars toys are truly amazing. Like the toys are very much a part of Star Wars, and like Hasbro went all out with like the Celebrate the Saga collection. Like they even included that battle droid that was like reprogrammed in the Citadel arc, which I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. That guy looked cool. Like the guy looked cool. Maybe I'll get one in 5 years at another convention for 3 times the price.
I mean, I guess it's better to spend a lot of money on that than like that same amount for just endless orders of Carl's Jr. I don't know. I'm gonna order Carl's Jr. when we get off this call, but yeah.
I'm glad I've inspired you in that way.
Yes, you're very inspirational to me, Dominic Jones.
Oh man.
I guess before we like wrap up, are there like any other like memories from like Celebration or Galaxy's Edge that you want to bring up?
Man, it was it was so cool to go to Galaxy's Edge. It was really great, and it was just so cool to be there with like just all the Star Wars fans, where everybody there was just in awe. I thought the staff, the cast members, quote unquote, I thought they really went all in on the improvisation and making everything in universe, and really, it was the experience of going there on a regular day is so incredible that it was kind of hard to think that they could top it. But the fact that they did was pretty sweet. It was pretty good. I was very, very happy with that. And it was really cool to ride Rise of the Resistance and to go on the Falcon ride and to just be there with everybody when everybody is there who loves Star Wars as much as we do. So that was really cool. Love just being at the convention, walking the floor, seeing everybody, seeing all our friends. It was just delightful. And the Star Wars Underworld bowling party was also just that was something we started talking about doing late last year, and I was really, really excited that we managed to make it happen, and that everybody showed up and everybody had a good time, and that we had such a good raffle, and it was just such a great time, and the parties were excellent, and I felt like I didn't get more than 4 hours sleep any night of the convention, and so it was just the best time, and I didn't get sick this year, which was wonderful because I got really sick last year, and I didn't want to do that again.
Right, understandable. So I guess with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up this segment. So thank you for joining me to talk about Celebration. Dominic, where can people find you online?
You can find me on social media at DominicJ25 on Twitter and Instagram. More Instagram than Twitter, but occasionally Twitter as well. And you can hear me on the Star Wars Underworld podcast, which you can find at StarWarsUnderworld.com or by searching for Star Wars Underworld in Apple Podcasts, Spotify, other places like that. So check it out. We talk about all the Star Wars news on everything that happened at Celebration. So give us a listen, StarWarsUnderworld.com.
Nice. And without further delay, on to the next person. Hello there.
Hello there. General Kenobi! Sorry. It was just an impulse.
And for this segment, I have yet another Star Wars Underworld host. It is Ben Hart, the Star Wars guy.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you so much, Stephen, for having me back on the show. Obviously, a very apt topic we're going to be talking about because, of course, talked about it enough myself, but like getting to talk about it with you, then obviously, Celebration, a lot happened. If you guys didn't know already, a lot happened. And I will try to give you a little bit of my take on this because I got a few different things that I don't think, a few stories I haven't been able to tell yet on shows other than this. So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, no, yeah. You guys did a great job covering Celebration 2020 on your show. But, like, even then, it's like you couldn't like get every single thing in there. So I'm sure we'll like find some stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
So what was boothing like for you this year?
It was interesting. You know, it was, I think this was the best one yet in regards to just meeting people, getting to hang out at the booth, and, you know, just being there for everyone else. And obviously, you know, immensely awesome to meet everyone, get to meet friends, and, you know, just hang out and be a part of the thing. And, you know, we had a really, I don't know if it was a great location. We're facing a wall, which was kind of weird. We were used to kind of being in the middle of everything. They kind of put us off in the back corner, which kind of sucked this time, but it was nice to be there. And I don't know, it kind of felt cozy. It was almost like we had our own corner of the convention center back there. But it did not stop us from having some interesting things happen that maybe I'll share one of those tonight. But yeah, it was fun. It's always a good time just hanging out at the booth.
Yeah, it's fun, it's funny, it's all around good times.
I was trying not to say that, and then you just took off with it. Thank you very much for just finishing that sentence.
Yeah. Oh man, that'll sound repetitive, like hearing Dominic's segment like right before this one, but yeah, I mean,
and you know, that thing stuck in my head. I hear it every week for the past, I don't know, 10 years. So like it's ingrained in my brain. So anytime I say it's an all around good time, it just flows right out.
Oh man, we should mention mall packaging while we're at it.
Yes, just hit all of the in-jokes.
Yeah, just all the check boxes, yeah. Some different things happened on the floor, and like there was actually someone who like went up to you and said that they wanted to punch you. Now, is this the same person who said that before that other celebration that they did, or is this a new person?
Okay, so here's how that went down. So obviously, some of you know, some of you don't know the conversation. I had a conversation with some dude from Australia years ago, and this was a couple celebrations ago. And he vowed, because of whatever reason, because we disagreed on a certain subject, I can't remember at this point what it was, that he was going to punch me. He was going to go to celebration. He was going to punch me. And I laughed it off as a joke. And obviously, you know, it pretty much was. I mean, just it's absolutely absurd to do that to someone online. And I knew he was full of crap. But, you know, he didn't show up in the last couple celebrations. Then we get to this celebration. And lo and behold, I hear that someone with an Australian accent had come to the booth and was asking to see me. And I know a lot of Australians, so this wasn't like super weird, but it did get me thinking. And so I hung around, I was kind of wary, so I made it back to the booth, and then lo and behold, this guy that I didn't recognize him. I'd never talked to this guy in my life, but he shows up at the booth. And he goes to shake my hand, and he literally takes a swing at me as he does that. So thankfully there was security that was close by before this guy could like jump the thing. They grabbed him and took him outside, and I didn't see him again.
Yeah, they were dressed in Praetorian Guard outfits.
Yeah, I mean, that was very apt and very on brand because all the security was dressed in Star Wars costumes. So I think that was the best way to go with that. But yeah, the Praetorians saved my life that day. I will not cheer for them being destroyed in The Last Jedi ever again because they did save me. But yeah, it was a close call. I didn't see the guy for the rest of the weekend. I assume he got barred from Celebration or something. I don't know. But he was it was a few years late on his promise, but he did do it. He did try it. And I didn't get hurt, so that's it. The silver lining, I guess.
Right, and like as they were like dragging him away, he was like threatening to start his own podcast called the Star Wars Down Underworld.
Actually, not a bad name. I was thinking, I'm like, that's actually not bad. You should do that, dude. Instead of trying to, threaten people and start fights at a convention, just go do your own thing.
Right, but like as of this recording, I don't like see any such podcast, so I don't know if it'll ever be a thing. But I kind of got a chuckle out of like the punniness of that name.
I know it's yeah. I'll listen. I'll listen just out of morbid curiosity.
Yeah, and Also, this is a tangent, but you've seen that Praetorian Guards scene video where it's set to the Queen song, Don't Stop Me Now. I'll have to see if I can find that video again and link it in the show notes. If that's such a great song to put to that scene.
So good. But, okay, so there's something else that happened at the booth that I wanted to share. I don't know how many people actually heard this story because this happened towards the end of the weekend or beginning of the next week. Was we had a famous person just show up at the booth that I didn't expect. Of course, you're used to, your celebration. There's famous people all over the place. Sometimes they're walking the floor, whatever. But this one was one I wasn't expecting. So I'm at the booth. Dominic, Chris, a bunch of people are there. And then I'm just standing there and I hear a familiar voice. But it's not a voice I'm used to hearing that is like, oh, I know this person. It's like, I've heard this voice before, maybe through a TV. So I look up and it's freaking Jerry Seinfeld. And I just flabbergasted. And apparently he listens to the show. Apparently. Just floored me that he actually is a fan of the Star Wars Underworld for some reason. And he wanted a shirt and some buttons. And he just came out to say hi. And I was floored. Absolutely floored. And so I always go to Celebration wanting to meet famous people. Wasn't expecting to meet Jerry Seinfeld, especially at our booth. That was just amazing. Super nice guy, too, actually.
Yeah, he was talking about how there needs to be, a Star Wars sitcom, and I agree with him. We need, that Dex's Diners sitcom that we've been wanting for a while.
I could just, picture, put, an episode of Seinfeld with Jerry doing stand-up and all, just do it in Star Wars version. Just do a Star Wars version of that. That would be amazing. And apparently, Jerry would be totally up for it. So, Lucasfilm, he's there, just do it.
Yeah, and we also ended up talking about movies in general, not just Star Wars. I don't remember how this happened, but we got on the subject of Jaws, and then Jerry was like, "You like Jaws?" It was his B-movie quote, "You like jazz, but with jazz replaced with Jaws."
Oh gosh, so good. There was a ton of announcements, some that none of us saw coming. In regards to, the Mandalorian game is coming out.
Yes.
It's in the style of Red Dead Redemption. That sounds phenomenal. Why haven't they done that previously?
Yeah, it's such a natural fit.
Yeah, it's so perfect. So, that's amazing. And you've got just all this kind of stuff. And I don't know if I didn't go to the panel. And that's a whole other story. I will explain my issue with the whole panel system in a minute. But first, I want to talk about this. So, someone mentioned something about Holiday Special 2.
We got the Lego Stars Holiday Special announcement, but there were also rumblings of a second Holiday Special in live action form. At the Mandalorian panel, Jon Favreau was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna also make a live-action holiday special sequel." And, it was hard to tell whether he was joking or whether he meant it. I think he was trying to gauge, the crowd reaction, but, lots of people were cheering and clapping, so, maybe that could happen.
Yeah, I heard some things about them, bringing back B. Arthur using CGI. And doing all that and going back to Kashyyyk and getting some of the original actors from the original holiday special, the ones that are still around, sounds like a pretty big production. They're leaning into this idea of okay, we're finally embracing the holiday special and we're actually going to make a true sequel. And it's going to make the original holiday special canon, which I heard a lot of stuff online. People are not happy about that, understandably, but hey, it's happening. What are you going to do?
Yeah, well, in the Star Wars comic series that Marvel's been doing, the one that started in 2015, there was that fight between Luke and Boba Fett, shortly after A New Hope. And Luke was blind, so he wouldn't have seen Boba Fett, so that doesn't contradict the animated segment of the holiday special.
Yeah. So, it's very possible. I'm curious just how they're going to actually put this around. And I don't know if they're going to put it in theaters. I've heard that it might even be 3D this time. So, or maybe even doing some 4D stuff, like experimental stuff. Like it's nuts. Like they're going all in. They're giving Favreau the keys to the kingdom and making this happen.
Yeah, like the leaks that we've been hearing reports of look legit, and there's like a clip where it was like the stir whip, 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 stir scene, but with Dexter doing it because like forearms, so why not? And
it's
so
like
good.
Yeah, that's perfect. Like you couldn't get. I love how they're just integrating, like taking the ridiculousness of that previous thing and actually like making it legit.
Yeah, so like there are rumors that it could have like a limited theatrical run before hitting Disney Plus, and like I feel like that's very likely. Like maybe we'll like see an ad for it at the end of the Lego Star Wars holiday special or something like that. That'd be cool. And then like I think eventually, like obviously it has to end up on Disney Plus. I mean, they announced that like the Ewok Adventures and the Ewoks and Droids cartoons are going to be on Disney Plus later this year. So like, why not?
Right. Everything's going to end up on Disney Plus eventually. I didn't even think the original like holiday special will end up on Disney Plus, but now they're doing a sequel. So yeah, it's about to get nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you can only like hide these things from like modern fans for so long. They're gonna seek it out anyway, so might as well put them on Disney Plus like legitimately.
Yeah, and everyone's seen the holiday special at this point 100 times already, so like they may as well just embrace it, and apparently they are. So I applaud them.
Right. Like it's all Star Wars. It's not all good, but it's all Star Wars.
Right. But yeah, the Lego Star Wars, the holiday special looks great. Obviously, you got tons of the stuff. They've got the what is this I heard about this like Thrawn 4D experience? Like apparently like they're gonna do some kind of like TV show that's like you watch it on Disney Plus, but you're wearing like a VR headset, and it's like a translation of like the Thrawn books. So you're see like Eli Vanto and all those guys like in like VR 4D, something like that. I don't even understand what it is, but I'm here for it because for one, Thrawn on screen is great, but like Thrawn in VR, like that's gonna be amazing.
I like that they're trying to push the envelope with like technology like Star Wars has always done.
Right. VR seems to be the next frontier in regards to that. And they even teased that like the new films could be in VR because like, they're like, okay, we had, 3D and now we're moving forward and like you'll be able to, I don't know how that'll work. Like how will they even film that? It's just mind blowing. But like apparently they're getting Taika Waititi in on this, and they're like really just going out. And maybe it'll connect to the Thrawn stuff. I don't know. I just know that I'm glad that Lucasfilm is like pushing the boundaries of like what can be done.
Yeah, and I mean in terms of VR, we're also getting that Tales from the Galaxy's Edge VR game.
Right, and that looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, you got Anthony Daniels, like, voicing C-3PO, of course, and... Okay, so, like, this is my celebrity encounter-ish at Celebration, but, like, I was, like, walking down the floor, and, like, I'm so mad at myself. I didn't realize this until later, but I think I walked past Anthony Daniels. I didn't realize until, like, I watched some of the live streams sometime later, but I saw myself in the footage, like, walking past him. But, like, I didn't recognize him at the time because, like, he was wearing this shirt that had, like, red sleeves, and, like, I didn't recognize him. So, I'm, like, really upset about that.
Yeah, he was probably going incognito if you know Anthony Daniels. I think, he's, he kind of just, I don't know, he's one of those guys that everybody knows him, but, like, I think he was wearing a hat or something like that, trying to keep a low profile. And I've heard people have weird encounters. Anytime I've met him, he's been really nice. Sometimes he's just like, he flies under the radar. And now that I think he's grumpy now that they've written him out of everything. There's no more C-3PO. So he's like, I don't want to talk to anybody.
Right. But like, he's like still open to have cameos as other characters like he did in Solo. So
right. Well, Well, I think I heard someone say they saw like someone that looked like Anthony Daniels outside the convention center, like holding up a sign that said like more 3PO or something like that. And like, I'm like, come on, Anthony. Like, sure, first of all, like, is that even him? Second of all, like, you know, you've got job security. Like, you're the only person that plays C-3PO. So, like, it's fine. But apparently he wants more. Apparently he wants, like, more. He thinks he's a Skywalker now. Like, he thinks because he was built by Anakin that he's a Skywalker. And the Skywalker saga should continue. So, maybe he'll get his which one these days.
If I were asked to write a novel about, like, any of the main Star Wars characters, I would do an R2 and 3PO novel. Like, I just feel like there's some really good, like, you can get into their heads like never before, and I think it could be like a really good story.
I think like something like that, and I know like the films are supposed to be like, oh, this is from R2 and 3PO's like point of view. Like, this is their, like, you're seeing everything from their point of view. I would like to see like something like that either done with a new story or do the films like in the, you know, from a certain point of view style, but it's from their perspective. Like, you get all of their internal dialogue, and they're just like, you know, anytime they're off screen, like, you could have them just doing crazy adventures. Like in the sequel trilogy, because they're rarely on screen, you could just have them like, like R2 and 3PO off on some adventure because they're not around.
Yeah, because one of the things I love about the Poe Dameron comics is how 3PO is like a Resistance spy master, and he's not as afraid of doing things anymore. Like, he seems very comfortable and in his element and willing to sacrifice himself and whatnot. And I just love that era for a 3PO.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's so good.
Speaking of droids, there are like some really cool like droids on the floor that people built. Like, there was even like a Droidica one, and I don't know how that was accomplished.
I didn't even know how they did that. I was blew my mind when I saw that, and then like it would like roll up into a ball and like speed away like in a thing, like just thing. And they also had, you know, those droids from the Vader comics that like have like the one, like the black Archer unit that has like all these weapons that come out of him.
Yeah,
like
BT-1.
Yeah, they had one of those. And not only that, but he had like this like ungodly like shaped and sized missile that would come out and would fire. He could fire it. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, but it wasn't like an actual missile. Like, when it shot out, it would like break apart and like throw streamers everywhere, and like people are like applauding it.
It's just like the whole droid builders, man. They've come a long way since Last Celebration.
Yeah, and I really love the 000 droid that they built. The one that's like an evil 3PO, pretty much. But yeah, it's just amazing stuff. Were you able to go to the Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view panel?
Okay, so here's the deal. Let me explain this, and then I'll give my impressions of what I saw.
Okay.
So they had, of course, they brought back the panel. What do you call it? The lottery system, where you sign up for the panels and then you get whichever you're going to get. I got none of them. All right, none of them. Not a single one of my panel suggestions got through. And I was literally the only person in the group that didn't, so I had to sit them all out. It was okay. I sat the booth for a little while. It was fine. All right, I'm not bitter, but it was disappointing for a while to have to sit on the sidelines. But from what I heard, the 40th anniversary panel was really awesome, and I saw the footage of it. And they had a lot of cast members come out. Harrison Ford came back, which was great. I think that's his first time he's ever been to Celebration was there. And they got Mark Hamill, all those guys. Anthony Daniels wasn't there, but then I saw him outside with a shine again.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on there, but I think he should have been there.
Maybe
I think
he didn't like that 3PO got blown to parts in that movie.
Like 40 years later, he's still like bitter about you blew me up.
Yeah, maybe Return of the Jedi is his favorite of that trilogy because he gets worshipped.
Oh my god!
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm sure he's a great guy. We're just like,
Oh, I'm sure he's fine.
fine.
I'm on Tony Daniel's side. Believe me, I'm on his side.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong here, but it was weird him not being there. But yeah, is a great, from what I've seen, great panel and great way to give a throwback to Empire. And 40 years, pretty big milestone.
And like they also had the writers from a certain point of view, and they even like teased some stories that would be in that next book. I think one of them said that there's a Tauntaun story, and so like maybe the Tauntaun that like they put Luke inside of will like know that it needs to like sacrifice itself in order to keep Luke alive. It sounds to me like that Dianoga story from the first From a Certain Point of View book.
Well, see, and I love the part in the thing where like they teased that they were going to have like one of the original Tauntauns from the movie, like the prop, and they brought it out on stage, they wheeled it out on stage, and like everyone was like, "Ooh, look, what is this?" Like they brought like original Tauntaun, this is cool, and then freaking Mark Hamill bursts out of it, like that was like just the brilliant marketing there.
It's like Ace Ventura when nature calls.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Oh man, so yeah, there's lots of love for Empire, and like I'm really excited to see like what other stories will be in that collection, because like we've had like bounty hunter stories, like, the stories of the bounty hunters in that movie. I think that takes place during that. So I'm wondering if they might, like, remix it and tell, like, alternate versions that might be very different. Like, it'll be interesting.
Right. That would be really cool. I love what they're doing with all that. And, just the whole concept of that is great. So, like, give us more of that. Just go all out with that.
Yeah, just do it with every Star Wars movie. Like... Yeah,
exactly. That's just perfect.
Yeah, like for Rogue One, I want to have the story of Ponda Baba and Dr. Evazan on Jeddah.
Like, give us something there, because they certainly spent a lot of time in the movie on it. So like, show why they're there and like how they got off the planet, like until 5 minutes later when it blew up.
Yeah, like that scene was so out of place, but like they ran with it in like the Dr. Aphra comics, so it's whatever, I guess.
Yeah, and this is the perfect opportunity. That's what those books are really designed for, is like fix the plot holes in these movies.
Yeah, or just tell us stories of random characters we like seeing in the background.
So good.
You're a huge Funko Pop fan, right?
Yes.
Like, did you get anything good, like, at this particular celebration? I know they had, like, Ralph McQuarrie-inspired stuff.
Yeah, I finally got my hands on the child from The Mandalorian, which I've been dying to get for a while now. They had the McQuarrie stuff. I stocked up on all those. I really love the McQuarrie designs. And there were so many others. There was the George Lucas pop.
Yeah.
That they released.
Well, there was like the 70s one and the like 21st century one.
Yeah, they had like different versions. They had like, the young like 77 Lucas with like, the poofy hair and the flannel, and then you could get one with like the beardless Lucas. like 90s Lucas, and then you had like the modern day, like of course flannels, sneakers, all that. I had to get the modern day. I feel like modern Lucas, he's such a treasure. He's such an eccentric guy.
Yeah,
and it was so perfect.
I got the Baron Papanoida one.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love that one. I forgot that one.
Yeah. So
about time they made a pop of that guy.
Yeah, and like there are lots of good toys at this thing. Like they even had some that were like in the style of Star Wars Detours. So like I'm wondering if that's like a hint that we could see that like released, like whatever they made of it in an official capacity. So like I really hope that they do, because those clips are something else.
Yeah, that's what got everyone talking when we saw that first. Like, man, this really looks like Detours. Like they could be like because they have those episodes, they're produced, they're done, and I was really, I'm hoping they'll put them on Disney Plus, and then maybe these new toys are kind of pushing it. That maybe if we buy enough of them, they'll release it finally.
Yeah, like what's that old criticism that people throw at Star Wars, even though it's pretty much the point? Like, oh, Star Wars is just selling toys. That's like, no duh, like,
Oh yeah. Okay. You know what? Talking about George Lucas, I have to bring something up. Galaxy's Edge. Right. So, we went over there. And it was a lot of fun. Like, I'd already been a couple times, but, at that point, but it was really great. They had a lot of really cool stuff and even saw some celebrities. One in particular who was not in attendance at Celebration for some reason, but he decided to show up at Galaxy's Edge. None other than Mr. George Lucas. So we kept going by, and of course the line for Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run was very long. And we kept going by there. We got in line a couple times, but I think we only read it once or twice. But I swear every time we got in line or went by there, George was in line. I'm not even talking. He was like the single rider's line, and like by himself, no security, no Melody Hobson, nothing, just him. He had 2 cups. I'm not telling you, 2 cups of blue milk at all times. He was guzzling them. Like, he must have loved the stuff, and he had like blue milk all over his mustache and his beard. And he was riding it over and over again. He must have loved the ride. So props to George. But that's where he was the entire night. And he wasn't blending in very well because everyone saw him, but couldn't get to him very well because he was in line. But yeah, George is a Galaxy's Edge fan, apparently.
Yeah, and there was a point where like he got so much blue milk on his face that he started to look like Baron Papanoia.
Like his whole face turned blue.
Yeah.
He's like turning it into his disguise. Like, come on.
Oh man, yeah, maybe he was hoping that people would think he's just a George Lucas cosplayer, but people are like, it looks too good. Like, it must be him.
Like he didn't even try. Like, he was like, he had the sneakers, the white sneakers, the jeans, the flannel, everything. I think he thought that if he just showed up like he usually dresses, like people would think, like you're saying, like he was just a cosplayer, like he wasn't the actual George Lucas.
Right. Yeah, I think someone went up and asked him, what's Yoda's homeworld? And he's like, I don't know, I'm not in charge of that anymore.
I sold it, I broke up with him.
But yeah, I imagine, like, I mean, who can blame him for, like, wanting to go on the ride? Because, like, I imagine that if I made a big franchise like this that, like, just permeated pop culture and touched the hearts of many people, I would also love to, like, be among the fans, like, riding the things that are inspired by the thing that I made, as weird as that sounds.
Right, exactly. So, like, I'm glad George is enjoying himself. He always said that he wanted to get to a place where he was just a fan, and he was a big fan. A big fan. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than seeing a wild George Lucas.
A wild George Lucas. You gotta throw a Pokeball, gotta catch them all.
Just walk up to him, hey George! Just throw a thing. What did you throw a Pokeball at me for?
Yeah. No, what would his Pokemon attacks even be like? I don't know, George used glare, it's super effective or something. I don't know.
A CGI illusion effect.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, so was there any like good food that you had at Galaxy's Edge or Celebration? I guess this would be a pseudo #BBQ watch thing.
Yeah, okay, so they did have some special food there at for the special night at Galaxy's Edge. And it's actually barbecue related because they kind of make it to where like some of it is like it's obvious like something that you want to eat, like looks good, but also it's really, really weird to make it seem like it's from Star Wars. So like one of these things they came up with was now this is a pulled pork sandwich.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I'm surprised that they were like, okay, we're going to go all out with this and just throw the pork under the bus finally. But they got it. Obviously, it's pulled pork sandwich. It was pretty good too. But the thought of eating those cute little porgs, I don't think they were selling a whole lot that night, but I liked it.
Oh yeah, it was delicious. And like we saw the dude in the Chewbacca costume, like he was eating some as well, so that was pretty funny. Some people got pictures of him. Pork or pulled porgs tasted amazing, and like I loved it. And like we saw that the guy in the Chewbacca costume was having some as well, and some people like got pictures of him, which is very funny.
And then, like, I saw, like, on Instagram, Eunice Swatamo was making a few cracks about it, eating one of those sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I think some people thought it was funny, other people didn't. But Galaxy's Edge, I mean, just, going there, obviously, you're always surrounded by Star Wars fans, but going there, like, with Celebration attendees, like it's a whole different experience. Like you're surrounded by Star Wars super fans that are in costume because you can't usually do that, but they let them do it that night. It's just an amazing, amazing experience. And it's really one of my highlights.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, Galaxy's Edge is like a great experience for the fans. It allows them to feel like they're inside of the Star Wars universe.
Absolutely.
It's weird because like Batuu wasn't even featured in the movies, but it feels like a location from Star Wars, which is weird to me.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of people were like very critical early on. Were like, oh yeah, why didn't they just do Tatooine or whatever? But like, I think going forward, we're gonna have some nostalgia for Batuu once it establishes itself. Yes. And like, I mean, I love going there just now and just like, oh yeah, I remember that scene from that book that I read, and like I remember that scene or whatever. Like they're doing some pretty good work, like integrating the stories, into kind of the Galaxy's Edge Batuu thing. So I think in a few years you're going to have people really, obviously from a like theme park perspective, they want something that they can mold to their own thing. Whereas, you get a Tatooine, it's just this. That's all it is. I think Batuu is something very interesting, and it still feels like something. It's very Star Wars. You go there, you see there's certain elements, the way the doorways are, and the way people are dressed or whatever. It feels very Star Wars. I think they got down the Star Wars aesthetic well enough, and they went all out for Celebration. Like there was really just everything was on point. It really just like you had droids rolling around, which I'd never seen before, and people were really in costume, really in character. It was great.
Like, I don't know, I feel like I've already, talked about how great Celebration is, at concluding the other segments, but it's a celebration, It's Star Wars fans celebrating what they love.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's just this amazing, amazing thing, and it's still not lost on me. Going there, like, wow, you're just Star Wars everything. Like you're just surrounded by it. And sometimes you run into people that aren't from Star Wars, but they're still involved with Star Wars. They're still loving Star Wars. And, it's such an uplifting experience.
How would you say this celebration compares to previous ones, and how do you feel about it overall?
I'm not going to say it's my best celebration yet, because, like I said, Lucasfilm screwed me. The guy almost punching me and not going to any panels, that kind of sucked. But the rest of it was amazing. And I've gotten to the point now where, like, I can kind of do without the panels. We didn't have any big movie panels, then we had The Mandalorian and all that kind of stuff. But, like, it was not a huge panel celebration. And, I've kind of learned to live without them. And, it's an amazing experience all its own. And maybe not my best celebration yet, but, like, so amazing. And feeling love for everybody was great. Minus that one guy that took a swing at me, all right? He's not included in that. But the rest of you, I love you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what Celebration's all about. It's about love. and the love of Star Wars and the love of people. This is where like the sappy music at the end of those like, sitcoms would be like the whole moral of the day type of thing.
So good.
But I firmly believe that. Yeah. So I guess we're in agreement that like there's lots of great stuff at Celebration. Yeah, I don't know like what else there is to say, but yeah.
I mean, I told my stories, told my big stories, but it was an amazing experience. Cannot replicate it.
Yeah, like I would easily rate it to 20 out of 20. That's how great it was.
That's a good rating system.
Yeah. Like all right. So thanks for joining me again, Ben. Okay, I'll edit that part out. Thanks for joining me again, Ben. Where can people find you on the internet?
Well, they can find more of my ramblings at Ben Hart with no E on the Facebook, the Twitter, and the Instagram. And then they can also follow my work at IPC Podcast, at the SWU, and at Culture Slate.
Yeah, IPC recently had their 300th episode, which I was also on, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, check out all of those plugs. And without further delay, onto the rest of this thing. And there you have it, Star Wars Celebration 2020. Yeah, lots of fun, great celebrating Star Wars with good friends. I guess it's time for my plugs. You can find me at Steven Schinder on Instagram and Twitter, Steven Schinder Storytelling on Facebook. You can find my fantasy horror comedy novel, Lemons Will Make Rain. It's on Amazon. More info on that at stevenschinder.com. And you can also find Culture Slate, where I'm writing and editing some articles. They're at Culture Slate pretty much everywhere. And if you want to email the podcast, let us know what you think of all of our coverage. You can email delayedreplaypodcast@gmail.com. Can of worms. All right, without further delay, have a good day.